Hey guys, give me just 1 second. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody coming over that I was expecting. What's up, Sergeant Grass? What's up, Random? Nicaragua cigars. Nice. Broke but happy, hell yeah. So, what's shaking, guys? Appreciate y'all popping in here with me. So, what we're going to do today is we're going to play with some wax. And I, so I went over everything with a white Brillo pad just to make sure it's nice and smooth. We will We're gonna wax this door panel first before we play with the wax on the flag case. So I want to wax this side, which has hard wax oil on it, and I want to wax this side, which has no finish on it. Um, Mainly so that I can mess up here. Play MK11. I mean, sounds like a great way to piss the day away. I have been making decisions. So, also playing online chess. I mean, listen, ain't nothing wrong with some online chess. So, this 4-aught steel wool is softer than my 4-aught steel wool. This must be some of that super high quality stuff. All right. So, I have decided that well, so I got an email earlier today and it kind of pissed me off, to be honest. Um, it was somebody with a no-name channel, right? They have some new channel, and they wanted me to make them something, all right? And they titled the email "Advertisement Value" or "Advertisement Pitch." Okay, and so they wanted me to make them a coffee table, and it would be in all of their videos. And I said, okay, well, a coffee table is going to cost money and take time. So let's see what you want first, and then we'll see what your budget allows. And they said, no, you misunderstood. This benefits you because I will advertise for you. And I said, oh, you're doing me a favor. Okay. Well, that changes things. So I got their channel and I went and looked at it, and they have 73 subscribers, which, good for them. 2 videos and 1 short. And I'm not going to give their name just in case they do come in here. But um, They are under the impression that that is valid advertisement. And it got me thinking, I have had a lot of people ask for free stuff. So the book says to apply it with the steel wool. So we're going to load the steel wool up. I have had a lot of people asking for free stuff and telling me it will benefit me. It's advertising. It'll work for you. It'll do, you'll get so much business if you just spend time, money, and effort into building me this thing at no cost to me. Um, it'll be huge for you, right? It's usually the general pitch. I pay nothing, I get something of value, and you're going to make so much money off of my channel. Okay. Now, that generally is the pitch that I feel like people give, companies, Grizzly or Rigid or whatever. You give me free stuff, I show your stuff on my channel, you make money based on my video, right? Okay. But it got me to thinking that I have given away a lot of stuff over the years, a ton. And the return on investment has never equaled the investment, not one time. Now, that's not the only thing that matters, obviously, but if you're going to pitch it as advertising, I'm going to need to see some tangible results, or it is not advertising. It's you just got a free thing. Damn it, why did I push that down? Yeah. So I went back through and I looked at my records because I keep detailed records about everything and discovered that if my business was based solely on the advertising of people who got free shit from me, I wouldn't be able to afford the free shit that I send out. Um, and it also made me realize something that typically it seems that I have no idea what I'm doing with applying this, by the way. I'm just kind of rubbing it in. We're going to see what works and what doesn't. Typically, if you're asking for free shit for advertising purposes, right? Um, I'm going to have to assume, based on history, that you can't afford or you feel entitled to stuff, but you want stuff. So you try to leverage something that you have that you feel is of value to the person. And it generally appears to me that if you can't afford it, the 5 people watching your live stream probably also won't afford it, and they probably don't care. Um, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way to think of it, but this was a wonderful email segment that I got this morning. I got it sometime last night, but I only responded to it this morning. So I think we have to wait for this to kind of dry. Where's my destructions? Let me look at the destructions. What up, T-Bone? How you doing, buddy? Yeah. Um, So I don't mean to be kind of a Debbie Downer here, but it's one of those things that allow 20 to 30 minutes to dry. Do not leave more than a few hours. Okay. Okay. Let's give it a few minutes to dry. It smells citrusy in here. Like, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer or anything, right? That's not the purpose of the bringing it up. It's just an interesting thing that I've come to realize. Like, so you guys know, I give away a ton of shit, right? I donate to different charity groups, different school groups, different whatever. And I will typically ask people where they heard of me, where they seen my product, whatever. And it all goes into the spreadsheet. And DWR, you have got to be the dumbest motherfucker out here on a Sunday morning. Seriously, you fucking moron. God damn. Can't turn on YouTube without one of you fucking morons out there, can you? What's up, Rocket? How you doing? Appreciate you coming in here. Thank you. Doing pretty good. Well, I was doing good till that fucking idiot decided he was gonna. I'm gonna be funny. Watch this. Fucking idiots. It's Nikki. Okay. Well, your at is the only thing that I see right now. So it takes a lot for my brain to put a picture to a name. So you have to bear with me. But I will try to remember Nikki. What am I making today? Today we are playing with the wax polish on the door here. So that way we can figure out how to not do it. So we can do it to that and not fuck it up. That is the plan. Apparently applying it, I have to wait 20 to 30 minutes for it to dry or cure, off gas, whatever. But and then I have to buff it, presumably with this. So we're just playing, shooting the breeze. You know what I should do is cut a chunk of this off. Just having kind of a chill Sunday. He wants a boyfriend. His brother got bored. And you know what? I know it's Sunday. There's religious people out there and all. But I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the permission to wreck some fucking trolls today because them stupid children need to learn that nobody gives a fuck about them. So go ahead. Have fun. Just don't jeopardize my channel. That's all I ask. I mean, it goes on really easy. Can I do the other side? So that way I'm not waiting another 20 to 30 minutes? Maybe I'll put something in here to hold the panel up. T-Bone, I'm doing pretty good today, buddy. How are you, man? How are you? Let me find something that I can set in here to elevate this side off of the plastic. And I can do the other side with the wax. That way we don't have to wait so long. I should have Maybe these will work. So, I guess the moral of the story was with my little rant about people claiming that their advertising value is going to be worth your time and product. Let's see, is that going to be good? I think that'll be okay. Is do your research, because in my experience, it's not. In my experience, the only people who want something for free are generally, not always, but generally the ones who contact you for free shit, claiming their advertising is going to benefit you more than them paying for it. Is those are the people that can provide no value, don't value your product, and just want free shit. What am I doing, Misty? I am applying wax to the maple portions of this door panel so that I can figure out if it looks different with the hard wax oil face, which we already did on this side, and then applied wax over it. This is a bare wood side, no finish applied. See if there's a difference between the two, and see if there's any mistakes that I make before we apply wax to that, because I would like it to have a nice high polished finish. That is what we're doing right now, and shooting the breeze. Mrs. Shoop, how you doing? Congratulations on your 1,000 plus. T-Bone, I wish I knew, Tommy, I wish I knew why they picked my channel to get angry about today. I don't think I can be of any help there. All right. So because we have to wait 20 to 30 minutes for it to off gas, or cure, dry, whatever, I've elevated this side so that I can do this side as well, and that we're not waiting an hour for shit to dry, right? Since I can get this dang thing in this little can. That's the theory, anyway. We'll see if it plays out. But the directions say to load it up on a piece of 4/0 steel wool. Little fly. Load up your wax on that, and then apply with the grain. So the only downside to that is I get little bits of steel wool in my wax. But I guess if you're always applying it with the steel wool, then it ultimately won't matter. So I will do one side, one edge here, and then I will show you guys how it looks compared to the unfinished wood. And we can see if let me see, real difference, which it already looks like there's a real difference. It says apply within the direction of the grain. This grain is cathedral grain, but it's all going this direction. So we're gonna see how this works out. I do not, however, want this to dry. All right, let me grab you guys. What's up, Johnny? Hey, buddy. 2% of the sales from the advert, right? All right, so I only put wax on this one runner here. Okay, nothing else. So you can see there is a little bit of a difference. I haven't polished it or anything. This is just the wet wax. So there is a bit of a difference. It does sort of look like I put the hard wax oil on it. Kind of brings it out a little bit. So you can see the curl is more distinguished on this piece than it is on this piece. So there you go. 2 pieces. I guess it does provide a difference. And memberships now? Hell yeah. Well, I'll be over there then, Mrs. S. Don't worry, I got you. Wait, am I not a member? Didn't you have memberships before? Also, why didn't you tell me when you first put memberships out? Because I do have this thing where I like to be first. Is there a reason? I have no idea. All right. I have never used this product before, but it's right there. Step one, fluorite steel wool. My guess would be, my guess would be it provides enough of an abrasive action to smooth the surface. Um, that's the only thing that I can think of. Uh, yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Mike's making was a first member. Damn it, Mike. Mike got to be out here trying to steal my thunder. I think Crappy Man Jigs was my first member on my channel, which fits because he's a good guy. Yeah, my guess is that it provides enough of an abrasive to kind of work the wax into the wood, maybe. Um, then again, I don't know if I'm supposed to be applying this hard or kind of just softly. So I'm doing it. Um, I'm kind of staggering how I'm doing it. Like this one, I'll do very softly. Just kind of dragging the wax down through. This is why. Now I've seen the finish work. I've seen the results of this hard wax or this wax finish, and it's phenomenal. But because I've never used it, and I don't want to ruin that, this provides us a medium to do some testing on. And a little bit of a dry spot right there. Okay. That has been applied. We wait about 20 minutes and we'll buff it all off. You're 0.99 like you did. Oh, nice. Well, that's cool, Heidi. I mean, you guys don't have to do that kind of thing. I just, what up, Shoot? How you doing, buddy? I just wanted to report him for duty. Hey, Steph. Oh, it was done last night. Damn it. Damn it. Last night, I was not in the frame of mind to be interacting with anybody on social media. Wasn't in a frame of mind to be interacting with anybody. Really. But sorry, I missed it. What up, McCall? The picture is so familiar. I know this picture. Oh, what's the normal name? Little butterfly. Fuck. Yeah, still just showing ats. Hang on. I know your name. I know it. I know it. Um. Uh. I don't know your name. Eco. Fuck. I knew that. Damn it. Oh man. Yeah. This whole at thing is fucking annoying. I knew the little butterfly looking thing. Is that a butterfly? Oh no, it's not a butterfly. It's like it's two. It looks kind of like a butterfly in that tiny little picture. I did try. Let's see. What do these destructions say? Apply a thin, even layer with the grain. Okay. 20 to 30 minutes to dry. Do not leave more than a few hours. That's apparently important. Earrings. Oh, that makes sense. You do, excuse me, jewelry. Buff the wax to a soft sheen with a soft cloth in the direction of the grain, if possible. And since this is their little starter kit, they provided the wool and the little soft cloth, which I got to be honest, I initially thought this cloth was the applicator till I read the instructions. I was trying to figure out why you would buff it with steel wool, but I guess I've done that before. Phenomenon. listen, 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 chaos. I I do on occasion read directions because I very much like this brand of products, and I don't want to apply it wrongly and then go, yeah, I don't really like this because I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm going to follow their directions. We have about 15 minutes, and I really want to put some wax on that, but I'm also terrified that I'm going to fuck it up. So we're going to wait. It's killing me. It's killing me, but we're going to wait. And I think this side was applied first, so we'll start with this side. I don't know if you guys can really see anything there, but what up, Mike? How you doing, buddy? Thanks, for real. Thanks, bro. Thanks, 9552. Appreciate you, man. It's my grandpa's retired shotgun. It is Mike, right? M Stanford. Are you using paste wax? Sort of. It's Gilboy's wax polish. You get 3 little cans. They're 3 tinted. This one's not tinted. It's for maple and things. And then you get one that's got, or you get 2 of them. That one that's a little reddish and one that's brown. To put on, things like black walnut and cherry. But I what I could do is I have some black walnut right here, some little pieces that I bet I could polish. I could apply a little bit. Anyway, what you're supposed to be is supposed to provide a nice hard finish and a nice high shine. What up, original EW? The OG EW. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, Johnny? I did see that you were live just a bit before I went live. Like power carving black walnut? Nice. I have only dabbled with power carving, and I am not very good at it. Well, I'm doing great, EW. I'm doing great. Life is life. carnauba wax. Carnauba wax is a good finish. That's a good durable wax. This has the scent of citrus, so I'm assuming that is the base in it. Oh, it's it is not edible. Oh, also they got the directions right on the can. So this is made from natural waxes, i.e., beeswax, carnauba wax, etc., and pure turpentine as the base, the liquid. So I would imagine that the turpentine is only outdoors in a well ventilated area. Extremely flammable. Fire. Hmm. Wear protective gloves. Oh, shit. Hmm. So putting this over top of the hard wax oil will probably, since it does not say anywhere on here that it is food safe, will probably, don't quote me on it, but will probably negate the food safety level of the hard wax oil. That would be my guess. Appreciate that, Tommy. Hey, Ray, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, Tommy, I remember you, buddy. Miss Julie, how are you? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. Carved a spoon out of walnut. Nice. All's well with you. Everything's good with me, bud. I'm doing pretty good. Yes, twin number two is here. Very stands reading directions. One of your favorites. Well, thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. Just texted me. Of course you did. Um, I don't. I don't think so. Steph. You know what? How about that? I'll take that in my lunchbox since you'll be out of town. Your childhood, nice. Well, I'm glad that the channel can kind of bring back some nostalgia. The I know I'm not quite to that level yet, but I I really would like to kind of emulate the um the old woodworking greats like Norm and things like that. I think that we are seriously lacking in that level of content, I think is the word. And I think it's a niche that really deserves to be filled. Started a couple last week. Carved the last couple of weeks a Peter Pumpkin head out of black walnut. Nice. Yeah, my power carving is limited to I can turn this chunk of wood into less of a square and kind of shape it into like a pedestal for a table. That's the extent of my power carving. And I'm not even that great at that. Yeah, it isn't as popular. And I think while we're waiting on this to dry, we got probably about another 7 to 10 minutes yet. But I think oh, time to change my air filter in my furnace. I think that the main issue that woodworking isn't quite as popular right now is because either A, financial reasons, or B, time. Um, I think what's up, Dubs? How you doing, buddy? I can make a pallet from a coffee table. Yeah, me too. What am I doing? Right now we're waiting for this wax finish to flash off so we can buff it and see on both sides and see if we made any major mistakes so that we can figure out how to fix it so we can buff this. This is a piece of shop furniture. It's the door for that goes right here. So this is my experimental piece. That is a very special piece, and I don't want to fuck that up. So we're gonna experiment on this one. Power carving than you believe. Yeah, New Yankee Workshop was that was a New Yankee Workshop was a great way to escape when I was younger. And a daydream. I know a lot of people daydreamed about, I don't know, being an astronaut or I don't know, a fireman, whatever. I daydreamed about being a famous woodworker. So it's a stupid dream, but you know what? I'm not an astronaut, but I can play with wood. So I'm not. I am by no means perfect, but I'm learning. Preston, my day's going pretty good. How was yours going? Yep, that's exactly it, Whitler. EW. That's exactly it. That is a step further in my woodworking fame. Is a year and a half ago, nobody watched me do this, so I'm good at playing with wood. Did you guys see the title of this? I thought it was really clever. I'm bored. Come on, that's probably a dad joke, but still. All right, we got about 4-ish minutes until this is flashed off for the 20 to 30 minutes. So definitely a dad joke. I thought it was super clever. Do good anyways. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Still a good title for the video, right? I agree. It's fitting. It fits the content of the channel. I feel like it was a good name. There you go, Dubs. sometimes our dreams when we're younger have to be adapted to be more realistic. I also will never be rich, but I can play with wood. Gets made fun of by her friends all the time. My sister's the king of dad jokes. That's awesome. Your dad's a woodworker? Nice. Nice, Preston. Well, all right. You're right. You're right, Tommy. You're right. I should never say that I'll never be rich. The odds are pretty good that I won't be rich. That dream may have sailed, but I can still make good product. And who knows? Maybe one day, see if I can touch this somewhere. Seems dry. Maybe one day I will. Still a little sticky, but maybe one day I will. I will be able to employ people, and that'll be rich in chaos, right? Rich in sawdust. There you go. Have you Solden? Huh? I may not be rich in a big bank account, but I feel like I am rich in very many other ways. So, all right, it says to just buff this. So, well, this just kind of glides right across here, doesn't it? That does give it quite a shine. I'm gonna touch it. Ooh, oh, that's so smooth. Oh, it's so smooth. I like that. All right, let's do this one. I suppose I should have done the two short sides first. Yeah, that is nice. Oop. And I have a clump of wax right there. All right, I got to make sure that I don't clump up wax anywhere. That is something that we will have to work on, because otherwise, it's just there now. And that is a visible flaw. Like, I will show you guys what I mean by clumped up. I'll show you. I bet I can get it on the camera. Oh, I did a piss poor job sanding this. I can see the sanding swirls. Oh goodness. Oh, that does look pretty. So smooth. I like it. Oh, so smooth. So smooth. Time to start over sanding. Fine with either. All right. Okay, so do you see that? You see that right there? I let the wax clump up right there. That's just pretty much there now. Also, it looks like I have a little bare spot right there. So lines will be a thing, but look at that shine. Let's not look at that corner down there. If I can get the shine to kind of pop up. Here we go. Very nice. Very nice. What are you building? We're testing the polish, the wax polish on the door here before we polish the visible portions of that. Once that is polished, I will flip it over and finish the assembly of that, um, which I'll probably do that. I'll flip it over and I'll put the stain or the oil on the bottom. I probably won't polish the bottom, but I'll put the oil on the bottom and the back and inside the opening here. And I will put a touch of black paint on that magnet, which did not recess very well. But that grain is crazy, right? I like it. Okay, so we learned a valuable lesson. Lines are a thing, and clumping up like that is a thing. Okay, so we have to avoid that. And the lines, I mean, if they're going with the grain, is going to be one thing. You can see right here where the lines go across the grain, much more noticeable. Plus, it's built up. All right, so we have to make sure to fix that before when we do that. We have to pay very close attention to build up. Full-time job as a union carpenter in the city. Nice. Nice, T. I didn't know there were union carpenters. That's cool. All right. So this side had no finish on it. No finish on this side. This is still unfinished, but we did wax this. The other side had the hard wax oil like on that. We're going to see if there's a difference. Sorry, it had almost no finish. There was a run right here. It came over from the other side, and I just kind of wiped it. Again, we had a little buildup over here, which is unfortunate, but okay. That's what this was for. I think we got a pretty good shine there. Super smooth. All right, I'm gonna stand in your way while I polish this side. Most large construction sites are union. Well, I mean, I assume that, construction would be union, but I guess I meant like this style of woodworking, not so much like construction style. kind of trying to see if there's a point where I burn through the wax and I'm no longer polishing it and I'm just heating it up and melting it off. But man, that feels really good. I can still see the lines, but there's nothing that I can really do about that short of starting over. And I don't want to do that. We're going to learn from these mistakes. I suppose I can spot polish and kind of get through that buildup a little bit. So that's nice that I can actually fix it. Probably if it's not too bad. Oh, killing my arm. There's a spot here that I windy as fuck outside. Just waiting on my canopy on the deck to blow into the neighbor's yard. Okay. I'll give you guys a look at this one. You can see my application on this side was a little more lacking. Particularly here and here. There are these two stripes that are kind of poorly applied. I didn't have as much on there as the other sides, but oh, it feels so good. So good. Let's look at those. So, see if I can't get you the shine here. You can see the shine here. Nice shine, no finish before this. And you can't really see any overlap there. There's that run that I was telling you about. Not a whole lot of overlap there, a little bit. Up here, this is that dry spot. That was my fault. Oh gosh. Drop the phone. There. See that dry spot right there? Shiny, not shiny. That was my fault. This little bit that traveled with it. And then here you have kind of dull, shiny, dull, shiny. That was application problems. But gives it a nice shiny finish. And I'm guessing that the level of shine would be dependent on your polishing and application, right? Like if you polished it more, maybe did another application on top of it, you'd probably get a higher gloss shine or polish it a little less. You could tone the shine down a little bit. Oh, he does construction. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, I mean, there's only one thing to do, I guess, and that is to see if we can royally fuck up a flag box. What do you think? There's so many jokes right now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Alan. But look how shiny that is compared to the panel, which just has the hard wax oil on it. So much shine. It's so pretty. This will go right here. It'll be that door. I'm being respectful. There's so much shine. It's so pretty. I like that. Okay, so this. Oh, I got to be honest. I'm a little terrified to put this stuff on here, but I really want to. Um, I'm a little scared that I'm going to ruin it. But on the bright side, it's only wood. I can sand it later. So if I don't like how it turns out, I can sand it. Now, it says to apply a light coat. So I think what I'm going to do is do some swirls, maybe, with it. Kind of scrub it in. Get my little application pad all done up here. Fold it up nice and pretty-like. Nice and pretty. Think it'll bring out the wood? I really hope so. So this stuff is antique gold, and it says that it is for oak, mahogany, walnut, elm. I'm going to test it first. I'm going to test it. We're going to see what it does to this, which is an offcut from that. All right. I'm going to wipe this. Now, this isn't sanded. This wasn't sanded like this was. This is fresh out of the planer, so it'll be a little bit different. But long strokes, yeah. I don't know, Alan. I'm used to the short strokes. Fucking hell. Ooh. I'll load this up. You do? All right. So we got this loaded up. You got to go with the grain on this because it doesn't have a finish on it. So I have to go with this way, otherwise it's catching. All right. Just going to look at this and see if I have any areas of concern. And I think I have a nice coat on here, right? Looks pretty good. Nice end-to-end spread. So we're going to wait and see how this one turns out. I should have done this before, but that's what it looked like before the wax. That's without the wax being polished, obviously. So it does make it pretty close. So the brown in this doesn't really seem to do a whole lot because that's the color of the wax. So we'll close that up. We're going to leave that sit for a bit. It does look really nice. It did. I mean, even without it being polished off, it does look really good. Bring out the grain nicely. Yeah. We will see if I got the application technique down good. Now, obviously, this has not been sanded to 220 where this has been sanded. And then, white Brillo pad. I went over it with a white Brillo pad to give me that, get rid of any little dust nibs and stuff. Try it on a light color wood. Let me see. So I do have a piece of cherry here that's been sanded on this side. We could try it on that. Let me see. Do I have any? I bet I do. I bet I have some maple around here somewhere. There we go. I have some sanded maple. Let's try it. I mean, while we're waiting on this to dry, we might as well do something. We got what, just shy of noon till we're allowed to buff that. So we don't want that flashing off out of the can. So we're going to do a little corner here on the cherry, and we'll do a little bit on here. Maybe we'll just do this whole side with the cherry. You can see that it's darkened it considerably. And this is what it does to the maple, right? Went from that to that. Is it kind of an English oak kind of stain? Yeah, it does look like it aged the cherries. That strip right here is the strip that I did with this stuff. Now this is not what you're supposed to put on the cherry. The other one is a little lighter. We can break that out while we're playing here. Why not? This thing can go away. I need to pull off another piece of steel wool. All right, let's fold this jagged edges in. We'll fold these edges in. Fold that in half. This is rose gold. This is for rosewood, light mahogany, cherry, honey oak. All right. Very similar color in the can. But when we put it on the white piece of paper, it was very different. We're going to do it on this side. And we might as well throw a little bit on here too. Why not? So there it is on the maple. Right? It's kind of got this reddish tint. There's the other one. There it is on the cherry. This is the one they prefer for the cherry, or they recommend for the cherry. This is the one that we put on that. And that is, I don't know what that is. I do kind of like the way this looks on the cherry. Dub, send me back that bassinet. Let's do it the right way. I'll send it back in 6 to 12 months. No. Nice wood. Thanks, Coffee. Appreciate you, buddy. While we're waiting on this to flash off, we've still got a few minutes, and then this stuff will flash off as well, and we'll get to shine that up, see how it looks without the excess wax on it. I really kind of want to put a strip of the pure gold down the center here. Let's do that. Why don't we do that? This one's really hard to see going on because it just makes the wood shinier. It's not really doing anything from this angle. I'm not going to put any on that because we've already got some on maple, so we know what it looks like. We'll use this section as our control. Oh, I guess on camera, this does look different. When I was standing here, it didn't really look that different. You're afraid of losing it, so it's back on the wall? All right. So we're going to let those flash off. Like I said, we got about 12 minutes till this one is ready. And then by the time we have that one polished, we should be able to polish the rest of them and get a good idea of how this affects a piece of cherry. I mean, this piece of cherry has been laying around here for a while, so it's got a little bit of schmutz on it and whatnot. Yeah, it does look lighter. So if you guys watch this for a moment, make sure they don't run away or burst into flames. I want to run into the house real quick, and I will be back here in like, I don't know, 30 seconds. So bear with me for just a moment. All right, back. I thought that I had a can of turpentine in the house, and I don't. So, could one of you guys look up if turpentine is one of those things where the rags may burst into flames? Please? Because safety is important. It is? Okay. All right. So, that means these little things are potentially combustible. So, do what you will with that information. I will be taking appropriate um, safety precautions. So, all right. So we've got about 8 minutes until we can buff this one off. So, what do we want to talk about for 8 minutes? What's going on in the world of YouTube people? There's a razor blade on the floor. That's probably going to be bad to get sucked up in the vacuum. Pickles? I mean, pickles are good. For a metal trash can with a lid. I will generally lay them flat. This I can't lay flat. I will lay them flat on my floor with nothing around it, or I will put it in a container of water. All right, Dubs, have a good one, buddy. Also, what's up, Runic? Appreciate you, buddy. JR, what am I working on? We're waiting on this stuff to flash off so we can give it a polish to see what they all look like. This piece, we put all three finishes on this piece of cherry. This is a cut off from this. So we wanted to see what the wax would do to that. And then we're going to polish this. Making videos. Nice, Runic. Nice. Desert Armory and more. What's going on, buddy? Appreciate you popping in. You get back to finishing them? Nice, coffee. Glad to hear your business is taking off, man. That's good. That's real good. We were first thing this morning, just gonna bullshit now, kill a few minutes. Um, First thing this morning, we were talking about how I got an email at some point late last night um, from somebody who wanted a coffee table from me. But long story short, they wanted it for free because their advertising on their YouTube channel was going to be worth so much revenue for my business. Um, and they had less than 75 subscribers, and I think one video, 2 shorts, something like that. And according to Google, what? Oh, the turpentine or anyway, but that got me going down a rabbit hole where I keep very detailed notes, right? Um, I donate a lot of stuff. And when somebody orders from me, I generally ask how they heard about me. And that gets included in the notes. And I have a spreadsheet that tells me, according to ChatGPT, it will combust. I'm going to go with the side of caution, and we're going to assume that it is combustible. It does say that it's flammable, but it doesn't say anything about spontaneous combustion. So we're going to err on the side of caution. But anyway, I went through a year's worth of giveaway projects. And it turns out word of mouth from a freebie is pretty fucking useless. At least in my particular use case. So what it does seem to point out is now I also take notes when a person that I give something to starts to be less appreciative, right? Or starts making demands on what they should get for free for their fundraiser or whatever. And I have noticed two things. A, free stuff rarely equals sales. Okay. Advertising to 4 people that watch a YouTube stream, worthless. Straight worthless. In my experience. And donations to like fundraising groups, schools and stuff, the schools return more for the investment than like one of those Facebook fundraisers for, a local person who passed away or has health problems, things like that. The school raffle deals have returned much more on the investment side than anything else that I've done for free. Anything. But those school people are the ones that get the most picky. Oh, it's just that. I thought it would have been better. Oh, well, I thought it should have looked like this. That kind of thing. Right? It's fucking free. You're making money off of it. Shut the fuck up. Put it on your little table. The other side of that is I've given a bunch of stuff away to people who claim, I've got people who watch my YouTube channel. It'll be free advertising for you. I fell into that trap. Here's the thing. My overall YouTube sales, like sales from wood products to YouTube people, has been like 4 people. So one of which uh, is the most substantial, right? Hey, Janelle, how you doing? We got about another minute to kill till we can start polishing this one, and then by the time we're done with that one, these ones should be this one, and these ones should be ready. So I'm saying this to try to help you guys out. Hopefully, don't fall into the I got a YouTube channel, it'll be free advertising for you, because the odds are it will not play out. Most people, in my experience, that want something for free either do not feel like it has a monetary value, cannot afford a monetary value, which is fine, or and the people who generally are in that group that they would be advertising to will generally feel the same way. So that's my experience. Your experience may vary, but I have found that giveaways cost more for the business than not. Now, if you're looking at strictly product sales, things like YouTube interaction and boosting the channel and things like that, that's a whole different ball game, and it does have a financial upside, right? Particularly if you're monetized and stuff like that. What's up, two dudes? How you doing? Appreciate you coming in, buddy. All right, so we're going to start with this one. Oh. But just don't let yourself fall into that trap of they're going to advertise my channel on their channel, because odds are the people that are watching that channel don't give a shit about you or your product. I mean, there is some crossover, but generally, if I'm going to use like fishing, for example, generally, I like Turner. I promote him all the time, and he promotes me, and I appreciate that. That's actually how my channel got started, was him promoting me. But in general, people are watching that channel because it's fishing based. They're not watching that channel because it is woodworking based. So the interest overlap is going to be minimal, right? When you sell pictures of your feet. Any advice? I hear that Feet Finder or Only Feets or something like that, they get you a bunch of 400-pound basement dwellers. They're just drooling over those hobbit feet you got. What's up, New Roots? How you doing, buddy? Hey, Samuel. Look at the fucking shine on that. God bless America. Now, this was not sanded. You can see the planer marks. Gotta go make an account. This is really, like, I mean, except for the very edge here where I didn't get good wax coverage. Holy cannolis. Now, let's compare that. Let's see if I can do this. So you see how this one is more of a matte finish? Let's see if we can. Let's do it back here. Yeah, that's exactly it, coffee. Um, unless you're getting something tangible in return, I'm sorry, but you can tell me now, and it's what we do, right? If you're approaching a company to kind of sponsor you, did I fill the grain? No, this was just a piece of wood. This was a cutoff from that. That one has hard wax oil coat, two coats on that. This was just a bare piece of wood that I put wax polish on. Um, which, based on your name, I'm assuming that you know who Gilboys is because they do market themselves as restoration. Watching from Brazil, nice. But this one wasn't even sanded. This was straight out of the planer. Like I said, you can see where I had nicks in my knives when I planed this. Watching from England, nice. So we're just playing with the wax at the moment, trying to make sure that I don't mess it up when we go to apply it to that. And I rather like this look of a super high polish. It gives it more of a, I feel like it gives it more of a finished look, like like you cared a little bit. Now the matte look is nice too, but I do really like this for some pieces. Quite new. Well, I tell you what, restoration, go. Here, I'll take a screenshot, but go onto my page and leave me a comment in anything. It doesn't matter. I got your at, so I can do that. Leave me a comment on something so that it pops up and I get a notification so I can remember to go check your channel out. How's it feel in hand? It's feels, this particular one feels a little waxy, but there is spots where it's still a little grabby. That the door that we did, that one there, super smooth. But we also sanded that to 220, I believe. Famous. So yeah, New Roots is famous. So I'm gonna keep rubbing this a little bit. Maybe it's just got little clumps of wax. I think the problem might have been that this wasn't sanded. But it did fill the grain. Like I had to go this direction with it because that's the way the grain goes. If I went back, it would grab. But I can do it both ways now. Don't know if there's a point where polishing is just causing an issue, but I don't think there is a. I think at this point there is no shinier I'm going to make this. I'm just kind of shining or polishing to kind of work out any clumps, I guess. Yeah, that actually does make it feel a lot better. It's much smoother now, less grabby. Yeah, it's much smoother. And this is already like smooth. So gotta go to Woodcraft, get a few things, just rubbing the wood all day long. That's what I do. But I think that look will be really nice on that. I think it will. And this is what it looked like before we put that on. That's what it looks like now. So it does bring the grain out as well as the shine. Just make it look nice. Where are the Chaos Twins at? Where are you at, ladies? Okay, so I want to take a piece of this, cut it off, polish the other ones. Now, would I want to do this hand polishing to something much larger? God, no. I would not. That would be exhausting. But you know what? I already have stuff that has this wax on it. So we'll polish this one. Now, this was also, I think this was sanded. I'm not 100%. This has been a piece that was laying around for quite a while. Can't remember the last time I did a plaque. So there's that one. That's cherry with that same polish on it right there. This is the one they recommend for cherry. And then in the center, we have just a clear polish. We also put it on this piece of maple. And I definitely loaded it on this piece of maple. And didn't really go straight with the grain. So I feel like that's going to be an issue. So there it is on a piece of maple, right? Which looked like that. You can see the marks. It's kind of like a brush mark finish, but that was my fault with application, right? It does. I can see it having a use case. Now, I did apply this a lot thicker than I probably should have. It does say apply a light coat. And I was like, meh, already on here. I might as well just go to town. Slipped right out of my hand. Oh, I got a scuff on that. I'll have to clean that up. Okay. So there it is on the with the cherry side. There's a small color difference. This is more red. Oil change when you get back from Michigan. 40 fast, dude. Goodness. Got a lot to learn still. Me too. Driving too many names to type. Hey, OP, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. I have to be watching Dan rub wood in the grocery store. Oh wow, I missed a lot. In my cupboards. That just me. Um, well, you mean the shine? Yes, the shine is doable. Am I going to hand wax your cupboards? God no. But if you want nice high gloss shine cupboards, I can do that for you. Okay. There is bare maple with that cherry finish on it. That side with the black walnut finish on it. It's got kind of the lines in it. Looks kind of like a. It does look kind of like the old brush stroke trick. The way I did that. Some old English. Yeah. All right, shoot. How we going, buddy? Getting back to normal now. Hell yeah, OP. All right, and we got one more in the center, the colorless. I don't even know where it's at in here. Just gonna polish until the shine stops. There it is. Cherry with the colorless shine on it and a big old dent from something. So I gotta say, I like this look on the cherry much better. It's kind of more of the natural color. I much prefer that over the darker one. This is more brown. This is more red. And cherry is red. So I would lean with this one, not this one. And I would probably never do this one because it's so freaking hard to see. Show the viewers ironing that dent out. I am definitely not going to do that. Also, it broke fibers. Yeah, it broke fibers on this edge right there. What would gunstock look like on it? You mean putting this on a gunstock or using gunstock finish on this? Never done one that large before. I have done one as large as a ball peen hammer hit. Um, and it did not turn out very well. I still had to sand a lot. Gunstock stain. I don't know if I have any. I might be out of gunstock. Um, yeah, I am. Oh nope, I do have gunstock. Yeah. Come here. Oh, Jesus. Minwax gunstock number 231. Is this what you were talking about? Let me see if I have another piece of cherry, since this has stuff all over it. Let me see if I have another piece of cherry that's sanded. in the scrap pile here somewhere. What is that? That's maple. There's a piece of cherry. We just throw that on the floor. So we're gonna find out. We'll do half of this. We'll do half of this piece in gun stock, and we'll see what the comparison is. Now my gun stock is oil based. Also, apparently I dropped it. Yes. I'm surprised that it's still liquid in there. I either dropped it or I was annoyed and smacked it with a hammer. Yeah, I'm going to assume that it's going to give it a much redder tint. I bet I got mad and whacked it with a hammer. So what we will do, we'll take a little bit of this. This is almost a fresh can too. All right, we'll do half. So there's gun stock. Which actually isn't too bad. Now I really want to try to fix this now because I am never going to get that thing to seal again. But I don't know if there's a way I can fix it. You know what? I think it'll be all right. Huh. Maybe if I grab that with pliers and kind of pull it up. Need to do this, not holding it. We pulled it up a little bit. It doesn't leak, so fixed it. Maybe. It lasted this long in here. I don't remember what I used this on. You know what? I wonder if that's gun stock. No, a little darker. I don't remember what this is. I know it was sitting in the sun, but there's no edge grain color change. It might have just been board butter. But there's our gun stock with our cherry. So it does kind of give it that orangish red tint. A mason jar wouldn't be a bad idea. It gives it kind of an orangish red tint. but it does kind of accelerate the reddening of cherry, I guess. See, now applying stain like this is something that I wouldn't have a problem doing. It's when you take something like cherry and you want to stain it, excuse me, gray or black or purple, right? Then I think you're being stupid. But to each their own. All right, JR. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Let me put my pliers away. Where did I put my pliers? Here, found them. Get those back in the toolbox before they just are laid around. All right. So that was that. This is oil-based rag soap. So we're going to lay this on the floor over here. Away from anything flammable. Hopefully. What do you guys think for that? You think this will be good? Yeah, if the stain blocks UV, it will slow down that darkening. UV is what darkens cherry. Well, UV and natural oxidation, right? But anytime you're putting a finish on it, you're pretty much eliminating that natural oxidation. So you'll still be hit with the UV. And I can tell you that this has been naturally oxidizing for, I don't know, a while. So it's been in my scrap bin. So natural oxidation is not really that big of a deal. What I can do is I can put this in the window so it gets the rising sun and we can see how things darken over time. We can do that. I believe it is if you leave a piece of cherry in direct sunlight for 2 or 3 weeks, I believe that will be the darkest it will ever get. It will simulate months of natural darkening. So let me get this set up in here. Excuse me. There. I put that in the window so we get the morning sun, and we will check it every time we go live. We can check it. Hey, Franz, bro. How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Okay. So. Oh. I knocked my piece of wool off, steel wool down. So I got to get another piece here. Fold those jagged edges in. I did see Janelle in here, right? Wasn't just a fever dream? Might have been a fever dream. I'm going to fold that up like so. That will be my application square. Dr. Dan won't remember. That is a cool test. Yeah. So we have it sitting right there in the window. This morning sun shines through that window. Okay. And it is the half gun stock, half unfinished piece of cherry facing the window. So if you guys remind me, every live stream, we'll pull it down and we'll examine it. We'll put it back up. Forgot what we were remembering. All right. Okay. All right. So I think that I can get all of this polished and the front and leave it sit for a half hour and buff it. I think. Should have access to Atlas to set reminders. Hey, there will be, or there is currently a web interface, so you can use it anywhere you have internet. Woo! Almost threw that on the floor. Goodness. But I'm going to count on you guys to remind me to check on that cherry piece. Otherwise, I'm going to completely forget that it's there. All right. So this is y'all's problem. All right. Y'all got to remind me. Set a chat command for it. I think once I get the cameras and the computer out here, I am in 6 months. You finally remember. I will then start streaming to other services like Instagram and Twitch and maybe even TikTok. But I am very very anti TikTok. I feel like it's just stupidity squared. But then again, I've never been on it, so I don't know. All I know is what people tell me. I've simulated 14 years of darkening. Have a laptop? I do have a laptop over there. But when I get my computer out here, or when I have the shop one built, I'll also hardwire. I'll have my own wireless network out here. I have to run the cable and then set up a router. All right. Apply a thin coat. I'm sorry, apply sparingly with soft wire wool or cloth. We're going to go with the wool. All right, here we go. I want to try to not have those dark lines going through it. Okay. I don't know why I closed this. Ugh, it's so easy to push shut. We're going to pick this up, turn it this way because this is easier to work. I have no idea if I'm applying this right. We may break the entire project, put a fingerprint on that side in the wax. That would have been terrible if I didn't catch that. We may make the entire project worthless and have to sand it all down. There we go. There's that. Whew, almost dropped it. The lid opened. Was not expecting that to open. I didn't realize I was putting that much pressure on the lid. Okay, so we'll go this way. Then we'll go this way. We'll go this way. We will try to keep excuse me, pardon me. We're gonna go with that. See how that looks. Hopefully, we didn't ruin it. We're very forgiving. Yeah. Working too dang much. Yep. I know that feeling. Some of us tend to dive face first into this kind of shit. The way to get away from everything. Others, all right, let's pick this up so that I'm not doing that. We'll lay this down on here. So it's kind of up. We're not doing the bottom. We're not waxing the bottom. There's no point for that. So we'll turn this around. That's what we waxed. At about a little after 1. Papa, how you doing, buddy? A little after 1, we will polish it and see if we ruined it. I really hope we didn't. I may be able to touch it up if need be. We're gonna find out. I'm doing pretty good, and the Chaos Twins are here. They just I don't know, they're like squirrels. Here's the idea of what we're going for on this, Papa. A nice high shine for that on the visible parts. So the top 2 sides and the face. Everything else is just going to be regular oil. Nothing on the inside. We will put nothing on the inside. Doing Sunday chores. Right? Right? Like other things are more important. The Roots, did they ever get your they got your live stream stuff figured out now, right? Make my muffins. My muffins are very important. Very important. I'm at work watching you, right? Nope. What do you think? Limited chaos. I know. It's a Sunday. It's a chaos. It's a low chaos day. But we have to find something to do to kill, about 20-ish minutes, 25 minutes. So now it says 24 hours. Okay. So that means hit the go live button. All right. 'Cause I had that issue where they told me I have to wait 24 hours and I can go live. They didn't tell me to click the go live button. Then it popped up with a wait 24 hours. And that was the one that mattered. Still listening for keywords. So click that go live button so it triggers the 24-hour countdown. The amount of calories I'll intake. Liz, I'm gonna eat a lot of pasta. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, perfect. It's gonna be a terrible week. It's gonna be a terrible week. I'm not gonna be able to go to Steph's house for lunch because she's gonna be in Michigan doing her work. So I'm gonna be stuck. I don't know, eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all the time, just all week long. PB and J, nothing good. Right? I might starve. Although I do have a bag of meatballs, so I can at least still have meat. You know, put meatballs on my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I guess. my my quality of food intake will drastically drop. Living off one muffin a day. That'll probably be the healthiest thing that I eat every day. You guys are going to come in here on my Tuesday stream and see me just wasting away to nothing, rationing the muffin for the day, taking a little piece off. Right, Papa? See, that's what I said. That's what I said. and that means that her cat would get taken care of. Everyone's got the plan down with Seth, right? At least I'd get one good meal a day. But I do have the muffins, so that'll be valuable for my food intake. What up, Turner? How you doing, buddy? Appreciate you popping in, man. We put the wax on this. We are waiting now for it to flash off. You know the Muffin Man? I know the Muffin Woman. Wax on, wax off. Yep. Hopefully, it turns out like this. Now, this wasn't sanded, so hopefully it turns out better than this, but hopefully it's got this really nice shine and oh, so smooth. Like now that it's been polished a lot and it's, dried more, it's not it doesn't feel waxy. It just feels smooth. See him choking on stream. Looks like the floor in your house 10 years ago. Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I can see it. Nice shiny floor. And then they get all scratched up. So hopefully that's what this turns out. But we got to wait another, what about 17 minutes for this to flash off and dry. So now we're talking about how I'm going to starve this week because Steph is traveling. She won't be back until Friday. So that'll potentially be my next proper meal. It'll be sad. It'll be sad. Not ruin them again. That's probably a good bet. It's probably a safe bet. I'm gonna be living off of frozen meatballs and uh, and peanut butter and jelly. Turkish walnut, nice, nice. There are a few. Uh, right, it could be a very quiet Tuesday and Thursday live. Only one half of the chaos would be in here. Uh, are smart enough to ruin my flows. That's fair. um, Prairie Boy sausages. What's up, OP Bone? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Papa's gonna have to step it up, right? He's gonna have to cause chaos on Tuesday and Thursday. There are a lot of different types of even walnut, black walnut. There's a ton of different like subcategories with the fiddleback, the Cairo, just a boatload of them, and it's all varying color palettes and figuring. Microwave hot dogs, 10 out of 10. Cold cheese dogs right out of the pack. We out here with a can of Spam and a fork. or a bowl of frozen meatballs, just eating them like ice cubes. Meat cube, meat sickles. I don't know. Involves opening a can, right? Right. And then you got to like scrape off all the jelly. Nobody likes the jelly. And then you're free to eat the Spam. Which reminds me, I should have pulled out a tuna steak for dinner tonight. I didn't pull one out of the freezer. But it's okay. I'll thaw it out in a bowl of water. It'll be fine. Barbecue grape jelly and meatballs. Some noodles. I wouldn't have put grape jelly with my noodles, but in a pinch, I have made a small bowl of spaghetti. I originally intended to make buttered noodles, and then I realized that I was out of butter and I didn't want to go to the store. So I didn't have any spaghetti sauce. So I just squirted a bunch of ketchup on it and was like, it's almost the same thing. Threw some oregano and some garlic and some other nonsense in there. It wasn't great, but it was better than just plain noodles and meatballs. Penny noodles and homemade meatballs. Nice. Yeah, I don't like ketchup. Yeah, it made it third. I think ketchup belongs on fries, and that is about it. Polyacrylic on your bench top. I know how it looks when you get home today. Nice, Papa. Good luck with that, buddy. Air fry them. Nice. I got an air fryer, and I use it so rarely. I might throw one of my tuna steaks in the air fryer tonight. See how that turns out. Maybe I'll mix up some. I think I've got some planko. I think I've got. Excuse me, goodness, got the hiccups. I think I've got some planko breadcrumbs. I'm doing good, BTB. How are you doing, buddy? Something to keep the glue from sticking? Yeah. Yep. Dino nuggets in the air fryer, fine dining. Listen, have you ever deep fried a dino nugget? You want to talk about life changing? Oh. Ketchup on eggs. Ugh. Listen, there are two types of people in this world when it comes to ketchup: the people who put ketchup on everything, and the people who put ketchup on very little or nothing. And I am in the latter category. I put ketchup on fries. That's it. Mary don't let you keep oil, but okay. Well, here you go. You can just put a little bit of oil in a frying pan and fry the nuggies in that, and then get rid of the oil. Yeah, much better sauces out there. Oh, I got you. So I have seen people, and I want to really I want to try it one day. I have seen people do. They air fried their nuggies or put them in a pan, right, or on a sheet pan. Put a piece of cheese on it and spaghetti sauce, marinara sauce, whatever they used, and made Dino Nugget chicken parm. Fucking brilliant. Yep, nuggy parms. Yeah, see, that's one of my preferred things. I either put melted cheese on my fries, I prefer, or gravy. Gravy on fries is just, oh, that is fine dining. But Steph has made multiple trips to Sam's Club, and I let my Sam's Club membership run out because I didn't go very often. And she has still yet to bring me back one of those big tubs of brown gravy mix. Ooh, mushroom gravy. Oh, oh yes. Oh, I could get behind that. Cheese on everything. Well, that's Steph's thing. I am still not sure that cheese has ever been in the cheese jail side of her cutting board, her noodle board. I'm not sure. It has been on the noodle side and then on the counter because it escaped the jail. Garlic on everything. I love me some garlic. I will overdo the garlic. Listen, if vampires are real and they don't like garlic, they're not gonna have anything to do with me because I love me some garlic. Oh, did I? Did I? That's right. That's right. You're right. Was that was what, Friday? Or no, that was lunch. That was a lunch trip. Yeah. Garlic is delicious. Taco lunch. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, Steph. Why haven't you gotten me my gravy mix? I love that powdered mix. It's just so convenient to make up a little bit of gravy. Pull over so you can reply. Are you using the cheese jail? What Colby, right? Colby. Lindblom? That's Colby. It's gotta be Colby. Who else has a weird name like Lindblom? Colby comes up with all the crazy names. Longer than the Civil War to make that dang thing, right? There was so much work in there. The jar of chicken gravy. Yeah, I do like the jars of gravy you can buy. Um, my only issue is I don't generally use it often enough to use the whole jar. So I get that powdered stuff and I can just mix it. You did what now? Well, I touched wood because I was bored. I don't like any kind of gravy. What is the matter with you, New Roots? Thought we were friends, but I don't know if I can have this kind of negativity in my life anymore. PC, my spelling is bad. Listen, we all know that autocorrect either makes or breaks everybody. All right, OP. I appreciate you coming in, buddy. Have a good one, man. Can't stand the texture of gravy? Isn't the texture of gravy just like ketchup? Well, I mean, a little thinner, I would guess. We got about 10-ish minutes yet till we can polish this. Hopefully we didn't ruin it. Fingers crossed. You don't eat mouthfuls of ketchup. Well, I don't eat spoonfuls of gravy. Well, I normally don't eat spoonfuls of gravy. I have eaten spoonfuls of gravy. Got out of the woods and I go into the buffet. Hell yeah. Turkey gravy on those turkey TV dinners is life. They do make some pretty good gravy on those little TV dinners. You know my favorite TV dinner? Salisbury steak. That's my favorite TV dinner. I like the gravy, and if they're just hamburgers, put in the gravy. Love it. What am I using to polish it? Gill Boys. And this cloth that came in their kit. Is it 1994? You walk back and forth. Bex is out there getting exercise, running around, getting all the food so she can then go home and eat all the food. Bex is going to go broke. She's out there just walking hot laps around the store. They flip on the prices right. Listen, ain't nothing wrong with the prices right. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But you know, they got those like family-sized trays of Salisbury steak and all that gravy. That, a steak on a slice of white bread, or wheat bread, even for that matter. This hamburger thing on a slice of bread with the gravy. That's perfect. That's perfect. Right now I'm fucking hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day yet. Now I'm hungry. those tiny little Popeyes. You got to make like 4 of them so you're not hungry in 4 minutes. And they are lava on the inside. People are killing my wallet. Yeah, the crust burns every time. It either burns on the bottom and not the top, or it burns on the top on the edges and not the bottom, or you get really unlucky and you burn both. You're like scraping it off that silly little paper tray. Girl walking across the store. Go back down aisle 3. About halfway down on the bottom shelf, there's something that you want. KFC Popeyes. I don't know if I've had the KFC pie. Oh, is that like the mixed bowls? Be back after an hour or so. All right, Colby. Have a good one, buddy. Enjoy dinner, lunch. Let's grabbing all the food we're talking about. Listen, the best gravy though, mushroom gravy. We can all agree on that. It's a huge pot pie for $6. Ooh. Well, now I'm gonna have to go look at it. Damn it! Is it? Do you buy it in the store or is it at KFC? Silent, so it's not far. I'm assuming. Oh, okay, good deal. Good deal. You know, they everybody has their brands that they put out into the frozen section now anymore. So buttermilk fried chicken. This guy's on early. He's done for. Hey, I got to get a little bit of happiness in my day, right? Hey, Zyro. I want to give it another 5 minutes for this to fully dry. It's still a little tacky. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, Roots. That's it. I'm mentally preparing myself for the starvation of the week. I'm gonna be sustaining off of a bag of frozen meatballs. Oh, and muffins. Also, I was talking about that tray of Salisbury steak. I learned with that tray that I am family sized. Um, because all six, 8, or 10 of those things can fit just in my belly. Oh my goodness. 18 hours smoked brisket. Oh, it's been a long time since I smoked a brisket. Mm, I need to smoke a brisket. Stouffer's line will let you know your family sized. Yep. Well, I tell you what, some of those store-bought lasagnas are like the best thing ever. I don't know what it's got to be the sauce, right? They put something in the sauce and it tastes so freaking good that you just end up eating the whole pan. And hey, Michael, we put the polish on. We're letting it flash off so I can shine it. We are hoping for something like this on the visible portions. That's my goal. The stove is it the Stouffer's? The Stouffer's that's got that really good. I'm assuming it's a sauce. It can't be the noodles are noodles. Cheese is cheese. Gotta have extra cheese. Have to get the mega size so the wife can at least have a piece. Chicken lasagna. Oh, I tried that. It's isn't it called like vegetable lasagna or something? It's got white sauce and like spinach and shit. That's pretty good. Although I always feel bad when I eat something, make one homemade. Hey, listen, listen. Sometimes you just want that quick meal that you don't have to put any effort into, but put in the oven for 2 hours. I like meat. All right. I, it, the carnivore diet is probably the direction I'm going to go here pretty soon. But if pasta wasn't so fucking good, I would already be on the carnivore diet. But so I'll just make some meatballs or I'll fry up a burger and chop it up and sprinkle it on top of that veggie one. Oh, my sauce reminds me of something else. Now, making a homemade lasagna, I mean, that's pretty good stuff. But it does take time. And the Stouffer's one does taste pretty good. Also, get a proper meal out of it if you get the family sized. And you don't share it. I have vegetables in my freezer and my pantry. All right. I don't eat a lot of them, but I have them. They're there. 15 bucks, right? You know what I'd like to do? Slow cooking in the crock pot. Pork roast? Nice. Only eat your lasagna, not the wife's. Oh shit. Do I have Wi-Fi on? I don't. Okay, good. I turned that off. Woo. You know what I do? I really enjoy making my own noodles. But one thing I've never figured out how to do is make lasagna noodles. Like I can make flat sheets, but I can't get that like wrinkly edge. I don't know what I don't know how to do that. But I'm guessing I could make a board with that scalloped edge, lay the sheet on it. Have to get good. Yeah. Like cottage cheese in yours. Ugh. No way. No way, Jose. Although I'm pretty sure they use a noodle extruder, which makes that wave pattern on the sides. So ultimately, it really doesn't matter because I can make flat sheet noodles and it'd be just fine. Also, I don't I don't know that I've ever made my own lasagna with my own noodles. My noodles tend to make them pretty thick because I like the texture. Um, I don't know if my noodles would do well in a lasagna. I'm gonna have to experiment. That's it. I'm gonna have to experiment. Make noodles, make a lasagna, see what happens. I do. I like thick noodles. I like them pretty hefty when I make my own. Those noodle things for the KitchenAid. I've never used it. I use mine a few times a year. I've got two of them. One that's the roller, just makes the sheets, and one that you can move the little cutters around and it'll cut. It's the roller with the cutter included. Um, but I run them through the sheet maker and I just have it all the way open. That's the thickness that I like my noodles. And it makes life a little easier when cutting it up. But the one that has the cutter in, I'll run it through there if I want to make thinner strips of noodles. Used it once. I don't have the meat grinder. Steph has a KitchenAid and she wants the cheese grinder thing. And I think that's the only thing that she wants for the KitchenAid. Pretty sure the box still has the sticker on it. I didn't know that they had a meat grinder for the KitchenAid. I have to look into that. If it's a good like a good product. The cheese thing that sticks to the table, it's better. Nah, fair. They have so many attachments for the KitchenAid. It's insane. Like there's so many things you can buy. Yeah. Yeah. I every time I get a cow or a portion of a cow, I always get a ton of burger because burger is more useful than having a bajillion steaks or roasts. So I have them convert a good portion of that into burger. I mean, I still don't get me wrong, I still get a good portion of steaks and stuff, but the burger, if I want to have burgers every night, make my own hamburgers, cheeseburgers every night for the summer, I can I can just have it. It's already there. I can just mix it up. Yeah, yeah, ground beef, yeah. But I will convert probably letting him have the straps. That's fair. I don't normally send my deer to a processor, but I also don't do ground venison on my own. I take, the chunks of meat off and then discard the rest. The legs, the straps, the tenderloins, all that stuff. And oh, we got to polish. But last year I took one to the butcher and I got so much meat out of it. It's not even funny with no effort. Some gas in the truck. Perfect. All right, let's get this polished here. And the polish got rid of that little scuff that I had on there. So far, so good. I hunted to keep the freezer stocked. It's archery season right now, and I'm kind of kicking myself that I'm not out there putting meat in my freezer. I am running very low on venison. I think I only have a couple of canned venison pieces left, maybe a couple of steaks. Oh, getting little fibers in there. Bex, how goes the grocery shop trip? All right. Did we ruin it? Try to get it so you can see the shine, see if there's any dead spots in it. Looks like the top might need a little bit of extra. There's the shine on the face. And then the shine on the other side. Try to roll it through the light. What do we think? Did we ruin it? Does it look good? I mean, up close, you might be able to see some of the kind of strokes, the brush marks, so to speak. Try not to touch the wax because you can see some of the stroke marks, but there's really nothing I can do about it. I mean, I'm a little unhappy about it, but from a distance, it is looking really nice. There's this side. So I don't know if I can follow that grain just ever. And then here's the face. What do you think? That's something worthy. Oops. That's something worthy of displaying. Is it worthy of a hero's flag? Not is it nice looking, but is it worthy of putting a hero flag in it? Don't just boost my ego here. Plywood, thanks, buddy. Am I worthy of handling it now? Probably not. Probably not. Let me grab a clean piece of this cloth and see if I can't make it a little better. You know what? I should probably cut this up into sections. That's worthy. I appreciate that, guys. All right, there's not much that I can do for the military folks, but the least I could do is give one a proper resting space. Or at least give one's memory a proper resting space. There are some things that good enough is good enough. And then there are other things that good enough is not good enough. And I think you guys understand what I mean when I say that. Um, on a 4-cylinder, on a straight 4, everything is bank 1. Good luck, Cliff. You don't have any flags. Of course you do, Steph. Hey, Dan, how you doing, buddy? I appreciate that, Roots. I'm not generally a fan of high gloss finishes, but trade you an 18-hour smoked brisket for it? Not that one. That one is already spoken for. That's Michael's. But so I can charge you for it now. Michael's paying for nothing. When the lid meets the box. Yeah, I think that does. Um, Bank One, it sometimes a 4-cylinder, a straight 4 will deem intake as bank 1 and exhaust as bank 2. But for the purposes of software, 4-cylinder is half of an 8-cylinder, so it is always bank 1. The cylinder, the cylinder that is the furthest forward is always cylinder 1, whether that be the left side or the right side of the engine. You can look at your cylinder heads and um, you'll see like your valve covers, one of them will be slightly forward. That's the offset. That is cylinder 1. Hey, I appreciate that, Dan. EVT actuator. So the actuators are typically in the front of the engine where the belts are. The actuators are typically up there. If it's like a Chrysler VVT engine or a VVT actuator, there are 3. There's the phaser, there is the little actuator block on the front of the valve cover, and there's an oil control solenoid. But typically, when I refer to an actuator, I'm talking about the thing on the front of the valve cover that actually it's got a little. It's basically an electromagnet pushes a plunger out, which depresses the little piston in the oil control bolt, which allows the phaser to rotate. On the inside, I have no idea, Michael. Chevy does a lot of weird shit. Like right now, they can't make a transmission, apparently. But here we go. Let's see if we can't give you guys a look at it from a distance here with a little bit of shine. It's not looking too. PCV valve is inside the engine, or inside the valve cover. Chrysler does that sometimes. Where if the PCV valve goes bad, you got to get a whole new valve cover. It's fucking nonsense. Um, there's one side of it. I think it's got a nice shine, but it's not overpowering, I don't think. It's not like I poly coated the thing, right? 5 hours to get your life together. You got 5 hours to make me muffins, or I'm going to starve next week. Give you a look at the other side. I am still very unhappy about the kind of marks, but they go across the grain, and I don't know that I can do anything about that because this grain goes like this. And I don't know if I can do anything about it. Camshaft B sensor, that's usually exhaust. The whole front of the engine apart. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta love when they put water pumps internal. That's a treat. Or they put the starter under the intake in the valley, or put it inside the transmission. Like, all a bunch of nonsense. Wonder if there's anything I can do about these lines a little bit. I think it's just the angle, because now in this position I don't see the wax application lines, but here they jump out at me. They're very visible. I don't know how to prevent that. And I don't know if putting it on a pad and using a random orbital, excuse me, would be of any value. I also don't want to test it on this piece. Excuse me. Pardon me. Where's my beverage? There it is. I don't know what I sucked in my face, but goodness. What's up, soldier? How you doing, buddy? Leave it in the freezer. Let yourself in for lunch. 5 hours is not near enough time at this point. Well, there we are. Without the glass in it, and the bottom hasn't been polished. Well, the bottom's not going to get polished. The bottom, the back, and the inside of the door and face here aren't going to get polished. They're just going to get a coat of wax, hard wax oil. Eating pizza, watching football on your break. 201. Nice, Vex. Nice. You know, if you wouldn't have got that extra pack of mushroom gravy, it probably would have been 200 even. Thank you, soldier. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I I hope that it is I hope that it is suitable. There's a little spot there where some wax is like kind of peeled out of the grain, and I could feel it. I just want to get rid of that. Probably because I got it too hot. And it started peeling up. That's much better. Very smooth. I think as it sits here and off gases for a few more minutes, it will harden up like this piece did. Right, we got this nice smooth finish, and it doesn't matter. It's not waxy, sticky. This is still waxy. I got Hershey Kisses. This can't go down aisle 3. I still have to put a drop of CA glue in each corner inside here to secure that backer. Make sure it doesn't fold out. Gosh. Dying over here. What size? Memorial size. So we are, and I believe we may be a little oversized. But we should be what? About 12 inches by 23? And we are 12 inches tall. So I guess it's not a little oversized. I'm sorry. No, we are 11 inches tall. What's the size of a memorial flag folded? Did I just undersize this? Is the memorial flag 11 inches by 23 inches? I think it's 11 by 23. So we were 11 by 23. Well, we're a little oversized on the 23, but it's like 23 and a quarter. But $99 nights? Nope. Put wood in your face holes. Yeah, you're not wrong. 11 tall, 22 across. Okay. So we're a little oversized lengthwise, but we're right at the height wise. So we're a little over 23, like 23 and a quarter. But I feel like, oh, wait a minute. No, we're not. We might be 22 and a quarter. Hang on. It's going from, yeah, we're 22 and a quarter. Okay. Woo! I went from 1. All right. 22 and a quarter by 11 and an eighth. So we should be perfect. We should be perfect. So I'm going to let this sit and make sure that wax is nice and solid before I roll it and do the hard wax oil. Grumpy that. What size bandsaw blade? I am, yeah, standard memorial flag is 5 by 9 by 5. Yeah, I was trying to think of the folded sizes because the three flags have different sizes when you fold them. The bandsaw, I believe, is, what did we say it was? 86 inches, 93 and a half. There we go, 93 and a half. For the blade. The depth of it is a 14-inch saw from blade to throat. As well, no, I guess it's 13 and a half. So 13 and 3/4. So 6-inch cutting height. The height that you can raise the carrier group to. $24 across the bottom. Well, that's going to be problematic. Michael, if it doesn't fit, you let me know. Maybe I just built one for the wrong size. I'm going to be very disappointed, but Google told me 22. There's 3 different size flags. But we're going to go with it. We're going to assume that it's correct. And Michael is going to let me know if it doesn't work up. Now, I'm sure that there is variation in sizing depending on how, or you can probably fold two flags and have two different sizes. 24 inches bottom, 16 inches to point. Well, this is not going to fit. Fuck me. Fuck a duck. I'm going to have to make you a new one. So I made one for a different flag. I crossed my measurements somewhere. Right, but Michael, I'm assuming Michael just measured his. What can you do to keep it loose? All right, Michael, I'm going to send it to you either way. If it doesn't fit, keep it, let me know, and I will make you a new one. It'll be a priority build. All right? I'm still going to be a little disappointed if it doesn't fit, but if it doesn't fit, you shoot me an email and I will get it taken care of pronto. In fact, I did order some Claro walnut, so if it doesn't fit, maybe we'll a 1 gallon Ziploc. Oh, a 1 gallon should fit. This is significantly larger than a 1 gallon Ziploc bag. All right, you let me know, Michael. We're still going to send it to you. If it doesn't fit, give it away, burn it, sell it. I don't care. But we're still going to send it to you. I'm going to put the hard wax wheel across the bottom. And I think I'm going to put something in here to make sure this doesn't fall down. And I'm going to do hard wax oil on this inside face, not the inside here. Daniel, don't be stupid. With a name like that, you shouldn't be stupid. Tight folds and pressing will make it fit. All right. If you are going to be happy with it, that's all that matters. But I will have to adjust my measurements for the future. Which I have another one that I have to build a backload one. So I'm going to build it a little larger than this one. At least we know it won't go anywhere. It'll be in here. You won't see the backer. So look at that. Small victories. Didn't have to worry about the back or about it, the flag kind of slumping and showing the backer. No, it does not have glass in it yet. The glass is in the house. I want to get all the finish done to it first, and then I'll put the glass in. That way, there's no risk of me breaking it. But I do have to put the drop of CA glue in all three corners down here. That way the backer doesn't come out. Just some glazing points. Excuse me. Stars always show. I mean, that's true. That's true. Going to suggest that? Yeah. I was trying to think of different ideas for attaching the glass, but I think glazing points is both the easiest way to do it and the most repairable way to do it. Just in case something happens to the glass, you can then replace it. You just pop out the glazing points, put a new piece of glass in it, and you're good to go. That's the idea. And it's the simplest way to do it. Yeah, in the most subtle way. Yep. There's no little strips going inside having to be nailed into place or tacked into place or whatever to hold the glass in. That's your wife is a good idea. Yeah. Silicone into the lids. Ugh. If I was better at getting a nice smooth silicone finish, I might consider that because the glass can't fall in. Well, I mean, the only place the glass would be able to fall is in an empty box, and it won't be able to fall out. So the silicone would, in theory, hold it. But I can't make a nice, pretty silicone bead, and I wouldn't set the glass into silicone because then I'm going to get squeeze out, which would look ugly. This replaces the one she broke. Well, hopefully that is not a problem here. Oh, you know what I do have to do? Before I put finish in here, I have to touch up this magnet. This one magnet didn't set down in as far, so when I was sanding, I sanded the black paint off this one magnet. So I want to touch that up a little bit. I could probably do that after the hard wax oil, to be honest. But I do have some black paint. I'll just do a little quick touch up. So for now, we will do the oil, the hard wax oil on the bottom. I don't know if I'll be able to open it because those two bevels actually contact each other. We'll do the hard wax oil on the bottom so that can start to set. See me screwing that up. Yeah, that's a good tip, New Roots. Thought that it might squeeze out in any place. Yeah. Yeah, the squeeze out would be the biggest issue for me. Now, I know silicone, you trim it with a razor blade, but then if I'm not very careful, then I can dig into the wood, right? Now I've got bare wood that doesn't have finish on it, glass that's already in place. I've got to try to touch up that bare wood piece. Like there's too much risk of failure. So after I have all the finish done, I'll obviously put finish on the back edge of the walnut, not the backer, but the back edge. Once I have all the finish done, then I'll go through and I'll tack this down. I'll put it upside down on a soft mat. I'll do my laser engraving on the very back where it is less noticeable. Although, Michael, if you could email me name, rank, branch, I can also engrave that on the back. It's a little late for me to engrave it in the front, but I could. I could still put it on the front if you really wanted. But you want to pay for these? All right. Just as the rain started? Nice. That's a big win. Yeah, Michael, feel free. Email me all you want, buddy. Like I've said a million times, there's not much I can do for our vets, but I do what I can. And I think they've earned it. I need to move this forward to the end of that. Okay. All right, let's get this. So the only reason I'm really putting finish down here is A, for completeness, right? I'm not going to polish the bottom, but it does help seal, which helps prevent the wood from moving, cracking, etc. Kind of uniforms the color. But mostly, because it looks like junk if you don't finish the spots that nobody sees. Also, Michael, I'm going to include a couple of little dots to put on this so that you can well, I'm going to place a couple of little dots on this so that it sits up off of your mantle. But if you email me name, rank, branch, and stuff like that, I'll put a little engraving on the back. So I'm going to put my new logo on here. Then the least I can do is put a soldier's name on. Also, I know it's not common, but if he was something like Medal of Honor recipient, something like that, let me know. Okay? I'd appreciate that. I know it's not exactly the most common thing in the world, which is probably a good thing or a failure of our system. But I do know it happens. All right, that's got a good coat on there. So I cannot open this and prop it up to do the inside face because the two beveled edges touch, and I don't want them to touch. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that, buddy. I will put something nice on the back, and we'll go from there. Jaws of victory. Autocorrect is your enema. Okay, so this piece of wood had no oil finish on it. So I guess we got pretty close. It's not as shiny. It's not as shiny, but I do like the shine. It's not crazy. And then put that patch on the hat. Hey, Roots, there are a ton of people out there. Um, oh shit, somebody was telling me a company. Oh man, I do leather patchwork. I do all kinds of stuff. Uh, dig up your DD214, send info. All right, appreciate that, man. Just little things. I can't do much, but I do have a laser and a computer. I can make an effort. You know, just want to know that it's a small business. Yeah, yeah. I much rather support a small business than some massive group. There we go. There's the bottom. It is only going to have the hard wax oil finish on the bottom. Now I have to wait for that to dry. That'll be about 7 hours, 7 to 8 hours. There is a tiny little dry spot that I just seen right here. I don't want any little dry spots. Right on the corner that I didn't quite see. But we got that fixed up. We're good now. There's only two pieces that I need to put finish on yet. And I really don't want to flip this over because I don't know if it's going to like stick to anything. So I'm going to wait, err on the side of caution, and I'll do the back little, this piece on the back side. I'll do that when I'm ready to do the engraving. Yeah. Yeah, definitely give it a good few hours. All right. I need to step into the house for a moment because it's not dark outside yet. You guys check that out. And then I think what I'll do is I will put some hinges on this door and put that into place. And we'll put a temporary screw in it for the pull. All right. So I'll be right back. Dog's being a retread. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Also, that's either wind or rain. Wind. That is wind and rain. That's brilliant out there. It's going to be a good storm tonight. Hit the door before you put the hinges on. All right, New Roots. Have a good one, buddy. If you're leaving, I think you're leaving. Papa Derek. He didn't say the word pick. Papa's so mean. It's so mean. All right, let's move this over here. We're going to drag this down so I don't fuck it up. That does have a nice shine to it. I need to grab a couple of hinges. After this, guys, I am pretty much done. I don't have anything else to entertain you guys with other than my charming personality, which may or may not be a charm. I do, however, hey, Bar Run, how you doing, Troy? Thanks for popping in, buddy. I appreciate you. I do, however, have... All right, so this has to be flipped because these mount this way. I don't remember what I was saying. These mount this way, so we'll put these in equidistant from the edge, because why not? What do we got here? We got 4.5 inches. Man, I was really close with eyeball. Just eyeballing that. What do you think? 4.5 inches? Pretty good? Boyish good looks, right? I think 4.5 inches looks pretty good. And then we are at 11.25 inches-ish between the two hinges. So I think that'll be fine. Let's get that anchored down. With boyish good looks, charming personality, and slight alcohol issue. Is a 4.5 the new 6? What, are you thinking we should go 6 inches down or 6 inches in from each side? I think 6 inches would be too much. So I would put 6 there, 6 there, and we're about 8.25 apart. I mean, I guess 6 wouldn't be bad. Just it's not bad. 6 is pretty all right. Never mind. Oh, that's funny. 4.5 the new 6. Giggity. I'm going to go back to 4.5. I like the way that looks better. Kind of pushes the hinges out towards the ends. Split the difference and go 5. Well, let's see. Let's move it in another 1/2 inch. Oh, I dropped it. That's not bad. And 5 will be easy to remember when I do the rest of them, because obviously I want the rest of my doors to kind of carry a pattern. All right. Do I have to pre-drill these? Hmm. I probably should. I probably should. Will I? Only if I can find my drill bits that have the pre-drill thing that are for hinges. Here, little drill bits. Where did you go? I have a black case. It's about yay big. Well, this big. And it has center finder drill bits. Ah, I found it. Now these are just from Harbor or not Harbor Freight. These are just from Amazon, so they're nothing spectacular, but they do work. See? See? How long am I going to be going on? Probably not too much longer. I'll probably be off by 3 or so. We're going to mount this. I'm probably going to have a drink, shoot the breeze, and then call her a night. The stacks are not being very entertaining today, so they're kind of killing the vibe. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm just trying to find the one that's the right. Ooh, that's way too big. That one will definitely not work out. The right size. That one's too big. I think this one will be the one. This one looks the right size. We'll go with that one. The Chaos Twins, right? What are those? They're center finder drill bits. So it pushes down into a hinge. This piece rides in the hinge, and then it pushes down right into the center. All right, Papa, I appreciate you, buddy. Um, this is a door panel that's going to go down here on the rack or on the bench, and that is a flag case. We just polished the top two sides and the face, and we put hard wax oil on the bottom. You can see him very well on this tiny phone. Yeah, thanks, Steph. I appreciate you watching it out for me. I knew it was a good idea to give those to you. All right, so let's. All right. That is a Phillips. Grab the impact driver because why not go crazy on it? I have two different kinds of screws here. I've got the flat ones and I've got some rounded ones. The flat ones go on the inside, the rounded ones go on the outside. Don't have fed. And I got an extra flathead screw or flat top screw. We'll throw that in the box. So these ones have a bit of a dome, like a domed top. I want to drive to Michigan. Good news is you don't leave till noon. So we got 4 of the dished ones and 1, 2, 3, 4 holes right there. Now, putting this in is going to require a spacer. So I can space this off of the bottom. So based on this gap that I have up here, we're going to go with a 1/4 inch spacer. I think a 1/4 inch will be nice. I didn't make this so that it fits real tight and it doesn't overlap the top and bottom. It sits between the top and bottom, right? Like this. I got about a 1/2 inch gap on the top. So we're going to split it. We're going to call it a 1/4 inch top and bottom. Just need to get a 1/4 inch piece of plywood. There, that's pretty good. Move this way so that I have room for this thing to open. All right. I need my drills. You guys are going to get to look at my back. I apologize. Now, typically, I would make my cabinets of a frame. It's raining if you guys can't hear that. But this one is just a workbench. So the framing for the door to sit against the framing is not really a concern. As long as the damn thing opens and closes and holds closed and isn't all cattywampus, that is what matters. All right, here we go. Open. Closed. There's self-closing hinges, so there's a point about there where it'll pull itself shut. Now, for now, I don't have to put anything in it because I can open it from the edge, from this edge here. Now, I'll put a shelf in there. That's where all my consumable stuff will go for now, tucked out of the way. Finishes, glues, waxes, oils, etc. can get all tucked in there, be out of the way, and close by to where I'm actually going to use it. So, there we go. Well done. I guess I could put some of the little dots on there so it didn't just slam. I could put a couple little dots on there. Hercules, Hercules. Let me see here. Where's my little dots? There we go. Put a little dot on there. And we'll put a little dot on the bottom. You know. There we go. There. Now it won't slam and bang up my door, but it'll still, still closing. So, but it's also just a panel free floating in there. Damn, it's raining pretty good out there. All right, there we go. There's one door done. I'll put a shelf in there later. It's a pretty deep drawer or deep shelf cabinet. There's going to be a drawer right here with all the like drill bits and stuff in it. You guys can't see nothing. I'm going to put a drawer right here and have drill bits, pencils, tape measures, stuff like that in there. She's seen the flag case. She loves it. Nice. I'm excited. That's all that matters, Michael. Is when you try to do something, that's going to be hopefully a wonderful piece of product, and then to find out that people like it, that is the only validation I really need. That's my validation, man. Paint a panel pink or some kind of color. Or you could for the bottom part of your kitchen. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So that concludes our woodworking for the day. All right. I know we didn't do much in terms of actual woodworking, but we did do a lot of experiments and playing around, and we got this almost done. Almost done. So I feel like it was a pretty successful day. Now, as for your cabinets, Steph, if you are going to paint cabinets, I am not going to use spalted curly maple for your cabinets. I will use poplar or pine. Pine, probably. Dr. Dan. Perfect. Wait, worse than you cooking? Well, the good thing is the cabinet doors can be put outside in the yard on a plastic folding table where paint mess doesn't matter. Well, I don't want to fucking paint them. That's just silly. All right, I have got to attempt to put this wax away so it doesn't get all covered in dust and shit. So we are going to drop that down there, that one down there, that one down there. We're going to put that. That one there, that one there, and that one there. Did these go? No, these went that way. Okay, then we're going to put this there and this up here. We're going to fold this up. Clamp it shut. Stuff it down here in the cabinet. Nice. Well, if you're going to paint, I'm not going to use something nice like this wood. The plywood is fine. That's whatever. Though I would probably get 1/4 inch MDF because that has a nice smooth paint ready finish. 1/4 inch, maybe a little thicker. The only thing is it can't handle water. So if you're going to make a mess and dump water everywhere, splash water on your cabinets and stuff, and it's not protected, it will over time start to bubble out the MDF. So those of you who have come in here to hang out with me while I was playing with the wax and stuff, I greatly appreciate you. You guys have been released into the wild. The rest of you, we're going to kill about a half hour. Have a drink. What do you think? Latex paint? Yep, latex paint. Just kind of shoot the breeze with this in the background because it looks pretty. Latex paint provides kind of a water barrier. It's an impermeable barrier. As long as you don't have any cracks. Oils, grease out of bare wood. Oh, out of bare wood? Bare. Okay. Like unfinished wood. You can scrub them with something like 404, some kind of a degreaser. But I think what you'll end up doing is sanding them and hoping that you got all of it out. Hoping that it didn't like penetrate fully. You might get lucky that oil tends to just kind of saturate the top layer, or the top layer of the wood, not really penetrate too deep. But sometimes it does, depending on what it is. And in that case, you're probably best off just giving it a sand and a primer coat. But in my experience, oils and stuff don't really penetrate too deeply into the wood, like cooking oils and stuff. Yeah, you could do that. Clean them up, do an oil rub. You're good. You'd really only notice any oil on there, either A, as a stain. You're going to see the stain if it's a visible stain. And you would notice it when a finish didn't stick to it. But if you just clean it up, oil will stick to oil. So, yeah, you can do a light burn. You go with that, what the hell do they call that? Shishugi? Or something like that. But if you do clean them up, do not saturate the wood. You'll cause yourself more problems. Use a rag, a towel, something. Scrub it up real good, then dry it off and allow it to sit. let it fully dry, sit somewhere flat or attach so that it doesn't really have anywhere for it to twist. Yeah, Shishigi will provide a water sealant, but not the way typical people typically do it. Yeah, you should be able to do an oil-based paint just fine. In fact, I mean, you might not even have to paint. You might be able to stain them after you sand them. It all depends on how deep that oil penetrated. So if you look up the Shishigi burning, what people do now is not a Shishigi burn. Um, what people do now is just kind of a light burn that uh, it's just for aesthetics. It has no practical purpose to it. The proper Japanese Shishigi burn, I believe it's Japanese, that way acts as a protectant. It acts as a finish, protects it from water, rot, all sorts of things. Display box for a flag. That's what this is. That's what we did. And we put the cabinet door on down here. We polished up the face and the top two sides. We put the hard wax oil on the bottom. We waxed the frame of this cabinet door, put it on. So yeah, and it's not just a light browning of the wood. It's an actual char. Like what people do now is not Shishigi. Uh, it's just what has become Shishigi due to YouTube and people doing things that they don't really understand. This is for a buddy of mine's flag. I believe it was a friend of his from the service. He's in the chat, or he was in the chat. That guy right there. Char and buff with steel wool. Yep. But just so you guys know, there is a hey buddy, how you doing, man? Orami? Is that Orami? Yeah, it's Orami. Just so you know, there is a difference between what most people do when they get that burn now and a proper Shishugi burn. There is a difference. Orami. God damn it. That's so close. Yeah, now they do the Shugi Boogie. Yeah, that kind of light browning of some of the softer. Well, I guess they're browning what they're darkening the harder wood, and then they're kind of sanding out the lighter wood. I really wish there was a different name for what people do now. Because it really does the proper technique no justice. Having 18,000 different people say that they're doing it and not a single one of them are. But it's the world we live in. Yeah, yeah. But a proper Shishugi, I believe, actually has scale. It has char scale on it, not just blackening the wood. Torched wood. Yeah, I agree. A torched finish sounds a lot better than trying to bastardize a proper Japanese finishing technique. Now, I'm not sure if they leave the scale. I can't remember if they leave that char scale. You know, when you burn like a log and then you take it off the fire, it's got that like kind of squares of charcoal on the outside. That's why I mean that scale. Horrified wood? I have not. and bastards. You guys want to get a look at the flag case? It's been sitting here for a bit. We can probably, if I can pick it up without. I'm limited on what I can do here, how I can maneuver it, but there's our side. So this is the back that I'll do my finish on. I'll do an engraving on that. There's the other side. A nice polished finish. There's the front. Again, nice polished finish. And then the bottom, which is just a hard wax oil finish. High temp bake with no oxygen. Way you got, well, you create what essentially amounts to charcoal, right? Thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. I think it will do nicely for holding the hero flag. What's up, upstate? How you doing, buddy? Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming in. Guitar makers use this technique to pre-age wood without losing or compromising structural integrity. That is interesting. Gonna be dead center on the mantle. Nice. So I think what I'm gonna do for you is, Michael, is these little dots. I have bigger ones, but these are the little dots that came with the cabinet hinges, and I think these little dots will be perfect. So I'll put 4 of them on here, and one on each, or 2 on each side, because they're small. They're not very thick, but no char. Ooh. Well, get after it, Brian. Chop chop, buddy. I've got to build another one for a commission piece, and I have to have it done and delivered by Christmas. So that one will probably be done off camera. But the one that I'm building does not have the door. It will have a backload slot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put some of those dots on, because they're about half the, maybe even a third of the thickness of the other dots that I have, and they're kind of grippy, or like a little rubber. So hopefully the case won't slide off the mantle anytime soon. Loving the grain of that walnut. Yeah, me too. And this was just a plain piece, but this face has some nice character. And the sides have some nice character. I really like how that turned out. Now, there you go. Now you can see it a little better. Trying to get it so you can see the grain. Anyway, you get the idea. Now, I think what I'm going to do is, we have a local VFW group, and I think what I will do, I will verify my dimensions, but I ordered a couple of board feet of Claro walnut, which is really figured walnut. What finish did I use? I use Gilboy's hard wax oil and Gilboy's polishing wax. I can handle a second, but she knocks it off again and it'll just go in the bag. On the bright side, Michael, you'll be able to replace the glass. The rest of it, you'll have to send it back to me so I can put it back together. um, but I did get a couple of board feet of Claro walnut. Um, and a couple other kind of exotic walnuts. And I ordered them online. Very, very pricey, but that's fine. So I'm thinking that maybe with the local VFW chapter, maybe I can make them a couple over the next year or so, and I'm sure they would know something to do with them, right? No, the interior, I'm not going to put anything on. The interior is going to stay bare, just like it is, um, because I don't want to take the chance of any miscoloring or staining of the flag. I was going to apply hard wax oil to the inside, um, but it was brought up about staining the flag, and I don't want to take that chance. So we're going to leave the wood bare. It's not ideal because now moisture will be able to absorb and dissipate from the inside and not so much from the outside. It'll be more regulated on the outside. It's not ideal, but that it's not ideal for the wood, but in such a small form, I don't think it'll be an issue. We'll distribute to vet families. Nice. That's what I figured. I feel like, and that's probably more useful. They can make a little brass plaque, put it on. Maybe make the door a little wider on the bottom rail, so there's a little more room to attach a plaque to. And then put no logo on it or anything because that's not what it's for. It's not for advertising. Maybe I could do that because I donate a lot of stuff to a lot of people that benefits a school group or somebody's fundraiser for this, that, or the other thing. None of it's really important except for the school kids. Um, the school groups, I will always support the school groups. Um, but making a couple, I could get this down to a science, and I can make a couple of these a year and drop them off at the VFW. At least that would be useful, right? That would be a good donation, not a thinly veiled attempt at advertising. Well, this I'm going to engrave on the back panel with my laser. Once I have everything done, I'll flip it over on something soft and I'll engrave. But I I typically will not engrave donations because now I'll engrave the ones for the school, but it's a 50-50 shot if I'm going to engrave for a fundraiser or not. Usually I'll just drop off a couple of business cards. If they put them with it, great. Or if somebody likes it, they grab a card, whatever. Um, But I don't think if I do make some of those for the VFW, I don't think that I'm going to engrave them. I might sign them. She also wants your name on it. I'll put mine on this one for you. And you'll be the first one having my new logo, which doesn't really go into effect until the first, but that's when I'm doing the business transition. But so you will be the first one to have the new logo. What is this, October? 2 months early. Yeah, in January. Um, in January, the logo on the channel is going to change. All these will begin to phase out on my apparel, and the website will go live with updated apparel and hopefully a couple of pictures of stuff so that people can order things. And I've got a lot of hilarious apparel to put on the website, like stuff that's just funny, or what are those? Not inspirational. The other version. Those quotes that like they say stuff like you might not always be the smartest in the room, but at least you're still ugly or something. It'll be worth millions one day, right? I got a ton of these shirts. And these I'm going to do my best to make sure everybody who's gotten something with my logo on it gets a replacement logo piece. But think of all the things that I've made over the last year and a half ish that has this logo on it, and will no longer be a business. That'll be the OG elegant woodcraft stuff. Let me screenshot that, Michael. It'll be a good time. Now, I can't promise any of you guys that got the OG stuff it's going to be worth anything, right? But who knows? They might turn out into being rare collectible cards, like collectible cards. Maybe one day, if I'm ever famous and I ever get to that norm level of craftsmanship, maybe the OG stuff will be worthwhile. Hey Emily, how you doing? You gonna keep using your koozie? Go ahead, have at it. I'm still gonna keep using mine because they're nice. Be changing your name and logo at some point too. Nice, Brad. Nice. I think starting off the new year, for tax purposes, new year, new business, right? But I think starting off the new year, hopefully all my personal stuff is done by then. It'll be like a fresh start, and I'll be able to dive right in and make some real progress. Just seems like a good time. New year, new resolutions, blah blah blah, all that happy crap. Dive right in. Feel like it makes sense. But this will be the first piece that has a logo. So, Michael, Do you want the full logo or do you want the abbreviated logo? Because I have two. I have need some Chaos Twins merch. Runic, I'm already working on it, buddy. From now you're making New Year list. What do you mean for like making stuff? No, I'm still fulfilling orders. I'm just not putting this logo on anything. I sign it. This, for all intents and purposes, this business is currently defunct. But these are the logos. They load here. Goodness. Um, there you go. Full logo, abbreviated logo. Also, new business name. I've already built a business off Elegant Woodcraft. Adding creations onto it creates a whole new business. Already got the website. It's all mine. Excuse me. Also, little sayings like, I don't know if these will actually show up, but little sayings like that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to put that on stuff because they're fun. All right. They're fun. Have a little panic attack as a treat, that kind of thing. And add the hammers in the brief logo. I would, but um, so the main issue is this logo is too busy. So you've got the smaller I make it, the harder a cut above at 2024, and the detail in the hammers, even these little lines, this little kind of shadow line, all of those details tend to uh they don't translate into small. And depending on what I'm doing, my logo, right, will get very small. So I needed to make something that once I get down to a certain size, I can just put up the EWC logo and it's still the same thing. And Chaos Twins merch is going to sell out so quick. Yep. Yep. It definitely will. But 2024, by the way, is when this business was created. Yeah. Yeah. Runic. It's a very busy logo. There's a lot going on. It's great at size. It's awesome at size. But when it starts to come down, then it turns into an issue. Like on the vinyl on the back window of my truck, it's about a foot wide, and it's great for that. It says can't fix stupid duct tape can silence it. Yeah, for sure. The name doesn't already have an owner. Kizzy, as far as I know, I'm the only owner of that name. In fact, I've owned it for a while. Um, so unless one of you guys that I've talked to about it in the last couple of live streams decided to go out and do something crazy, I am the only one. But if you go to something like elegantwoodcraft.com, you'll see Elegant Woodcraft Creations coming soon. It's an idea. I never thought about it before. Listen. Hey, country. Also, paperwork's already filed for trademark, copyright. Same with Atlas AI Partner. Paperwork's already filed. So, we should probably not play games, eh? Inconspicuously. Not so elegant woodcraft. Listen, this name will be up for grabs. The YouTube name will be changing. The Facebook name will be changing. I don't know what happened to the Elegant Woodcraft from South Africa that had the website, but apparently their business disappeared because the website, the .com domain came available, and I snagged it up. So afterwards, you guys are welcome to this stuff. I don't give a shit, right? You can't keep my logo. You got to change it. But go out there and make an elegant woodcraft. I don't mind. As long as you don't sully my name. Looking at you, Runic. That won't take effect until the 1st. That's when I am launching the business. Everything else is taken care of. At least I fucking hope everything else is taken care of. Now there's going to be some conniving little bastard out there going, I got this name for, I don't know, fucking Twitter or some bullshit. Busted Knuckles Word Shop. Nice. That'd be a pretty good name for Busted Knuckles Garage. In fact, don't they already make signs for Busted Knuckles Garage? Excuse me. But I'm going to have to trademark the Chaos Twins name. I feel like trademarking that name is going to be... the billiard thingy. What is that triangle? This is a flag, a memorial flag case. Your memorial flag will sit in here so the star field is visible and protected. And it just looks super fucking sexy, if I do say so myself. Probably need trademark. Slightly off woodworking. Yeah, it is not the billiards rack. No. In fact, it's a different size triangle for a billiards rack. Well, since we coined on a time-stamped and dated live stream, since we've coined Chaos Twins, that we've already owned logos I've shown earlier. Nope, that's the official logo. I mean, I may make little tweaks, but there is another version of the logo that I'm thinking about that has the hexagon, but smaller, and elegant woodcraft coming out across it, much like this one, just with a smaller hex, like right here, in teal, and elegant woodcraft in black. Yeah, I like teal's my favorite color. So when I do print a color logo, that is going to be the way it goes. Now, it may just go with the hexagon be teal and Elegant Woodcraft be black or whatever. And the logo will vary. Like on this shirt, it's just black, but on a black shirt, I have the white. It's not all filled in like this. Um, it'll probably vary depending on what material it's going on. Angel and demon. No, I'm walking at a lean because they're both sitting on the shoulder, the same shoulder. Chaos twins are the backbone. I like the more darker teal. Um, like how I have my logo when I showed that. That is more my favorite shade of teal. So I kind of made a run with that. And there are a lot of AI options out there to help you for sure. Even ChatGPT is great at telling it what you want and then it generating you a logo, etc. Yeah. Right, Grumpy? Right, Bex? Which one is the good one? Jiminy Cricket in stereo. Well, I like a black and white logo. I feel it's pretty universal, right? I can swap it over to white. I can swap it over to black. Like on this shirt, the black is kind of hard to read, but it's not in your face. It's just there, right? But if I put it on damn, that's a lot of leaves falling out of that tree. Just looked outside. I thought it was snowing for a second. I almost had a heart attack. It was just leaves, just a ton of leaves dropping down. Yeah, yellow's a nice color. No better than to go down that road. Michael has learned a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two. Now, I'm not sure if I want to put a second coat on the bottom of this and on the inside lip and the back lip. I'm not sure if I want to put two coats on there, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Yeah, Brian, we definitely do. We got to get together. I'll have to come up to your place and check out your shop. You've seen my shop while it was in the midst of chaos. Once my shop is done and I've got it all properly arranged, we'll have to come down and we'll do a co-op build, co-op live stream or something, and vice versa. Grumpy playing it safe. He ain't stupid. How do you think he lived this long? That's exactly what I thought. Didn't make it to a grumpy old man by by upsetting the ladies. That would be pretty cool. I agree. Do a co-op stream, have a good time, figure out a couple of projects to build. Might have to do some prep work beforehand, but the channel will understand. Yeah, we'll figure something out. Figure something out. This winter, I want my shop completely done. All the cedar walls done, all the countertops done, cabinetry, everything. I want it all done. I don't know what I'm going to do to the ceiling yet because Polypro treehouse project. I don't know what I'm gonna do up there yet because painting it's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. Um, I may just get some of those like ceiling tiles. They're made out of like, I don't know, cardboard or something, whatever they are, and just staple those up there and make a proper ceiling. Shiplap. I don't know if I could do wood walls, wood ceiling. I feel like it might be a lot of wood, a little bit on the nose, eh? For a wood shop. I mean, but it is a possibility. I can get some really nice shiplap from up here from the Amish and put it up and just let it do its thing. Let it just age. A metal, yeah, the sheet metal like roofing material. Put that in here. That's an idea. And you're right. I could probably get some used sheet metal from Marketplace. Age 10. Yeah. You know what I really like? You remember those of you that are old enough, do you remember the panels, the stamped panels in old houses? They varied from a few inches to a foot, and it was just a square with some kind of a design stamped into it. That would be awesome. Put that up there. Yeah, it would be a noise amplifier. Just paint it white. Yeah, that was an option. I mean, I tested it to see somewhere over here, right here, right behind that light. I cleaned it off and primed it. So the issue is things like this right here, where the two panels don't like get tight together. Um, so I guess I could tape over that and stuff, but the tin stamped panels, yeah, those things were super cool. I I know I'm old fashioned. Even the copper panels, or majority tin with a couple of copper ones thrown in there for difference. But noise would be an issue, right? Echo, etc., reverberation. But I feel like there's enough shit in here that echo is probably not that important. Um, in fact, once I put the insulation up, echo pretty much died in here. Oh, if I had better mics, you might be able to pick it up. But you got sound panels. I can make sound panels. It's not a big deal. Also, it's a shop. I don't know that, excuse me, going for studio quality sound is really that important. Oh, sticky back vinyl tile. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, Michael. Yeah, that was the main reason with this wall is so that this could be my primary backdrop. The table would be turned, right? So this side would be that way. And I could do videos. Like there wouldn't be anything else over here. But I could do videos this way, right? And have like conversation. Now this only works when I have the TV up so that I can read the chat, or I have a laptop here or something, because the chat's too far away, I can't see it. But this gives me the backdrop, the wall of talent that I'm slowly building. I've got a lot of things to put up there. I just got to make the stuff to put it on. And then, I can do stuff like the door as the backdrop for different things, right? Because I want to do that stuff on these other panels down here on the bottom. Or once that's all cleaned up, you've got the lumber rack and the stacks of slabs that kind of stuff. The beer fridge box, if it's, that kind of a video. Like, I feel like there's plenty of backdrop potential here. Good board white ceiling with spotlights, possibly. I do like the. So I thought that the tin, like the aluminized surface facing down, was going to do wonders for lighting, but all my lighting faces down, so I'm not sure that the tin really does anything, or the aluminized stuff. This stuff, I'm not sure that it really does anything to reflect light. Yeah, that's what I want to do. A drop boom mic. Yep, possibly. I may put a mic in. I'd like to keep it off of camera, right? But in the future, a good portion of my videos are not going to be horizontal. They will be vertical. Or I'm sorry, they will not be vertical, they will be horizontal. Once I get to that point where the live streams are less about adding subscriber base, right? Because right now, vertical live streams do add a significant number of subscribers. Um, yeah, an aluminum roof. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough decision. That's why I was kind of thinking just going with those white panels and being done with it. But the shiplap isn't a half bad idea. I can get shiplap this wide, right, and just run it down through. I could always whitewash it, make it look kind of nice. You do eliminate that echo. I'd have a mounting point no matter where I went. If I wanted to hang something, right? Instead of now I have to find the studs. But anyway, in the future, I presume that most of my live streams will be horizontal, and all of my videos will be horizontal. Hopefully, unless I forget to turn the phone. But in the future, the phone will have less of an impact on my streaming because I've got cameras that I want to put up, and I would like to put some real effort into the channel, get good quality stuff, do some proper stuff instead of with my phone. But that's all in the future. Like, I do intend to take the channel and move the channel along and do as much as I can without crossing that threshold of I need a camera crew and an editing crew and lighting, all that bullshit. I'm not doing all of that crap. Um, Although paying somebody to edit videos probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Hey, Plywood. Thanks for coming in, buddy. We got the polish. We got the hard wax done on this base. Sanding stuff process would be more clear. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Um, Now I would still do some vertical live streams, just because it does boost you out, does get you out into the algorithm, which is, let's be honest, how people find the channel more than likely. Um, but vertical, you're very limited on stuff. Like, I've got all this dead space up here. I've got all this dead space down here. This is the only bit that really matters right here, right? From like here to here. This is about the only bit that actually matters of the video. So you're already trying to kind of center your stuff, and anything that's too long, now I'm working over here and you can't see me. I've got to move my camera. All right. And then I got to remember to move it back, and remember to move it, and remember to move it. Whereas horizontal, you get this wide view, and the stuff up here and down here doesn't matter. Like, it's all, you're there. Yes. When you go with through OBS, you can do vertical and horizontals. I don't have a stable internet connection out here yet. I will. Um, I'm going to run my own network out here with a hard line, and then I'll be able to do a lot more. Michael, a tracking camera is on the list. I'm just not sure if I want a ceiling mounted one. Like I kind of do. So my idea is I have 4 cameras to use that'll be attached to Atlas will be able to look at them, right? I'm gonna put one kind of not in the corner because I don't really need to go back there, but one like here where that seam is, one opposite it, and then one over here and one opposite it. And then I was gotta chill. I was thinking the tracking gimbal, the camera, I could put just right in the center. And that way it can just move however it wants, which would then give you an overhead view of the work table, right? Which would probably be nice. And then I'd have the other 4 cameras for different vantage points, etc. But I'd still have to have a stationary camera like this. Um, so that way you can have this kind of person to person conversation, not talking to the ceiling or facing this way, talking to a camera in one of the corners. Right. So ultimately, I'd like to have 6 different cameras. And then I don't have to worry about loss angle. Got a white nightstand and dresser with mirror sets. The 3 in a triangle and one at face level. That could work. That could work. Because I imagine 2 of them back here would probably not be like this one back here would probably be less useful having one on the other side. So you could put, but those 4 cameras would be stationary. Just this is what they would be looking at all the time. Cabin woodsy. Hmm. That vinyl sticky stuff from Amazon. There's an idea. Ooh. You want them as close as possible, though? And I don't. Why would I want them as close as possible? Because then I'd be. Hmm. I don't know. You might be right. Less autofocus. Okay, that's fair. Autofocus is a thing. See, I've thought of what I want. I haven't thought of how to do it yet. All right. All right. I'm going to be right back while you guys try to figure out something for Kizzy for a cabin woodsy theme. I'm going to let you guys hang out for a second and look at this pretty thing and my hat. Figure out Kizzy's thing, and I'll be right back in about a minute. All right. Did we figure out Kizzy's thing? Give her some ideas? Or the distressed? The distressed look is nice. Where are them Chaos Twins at with their decorating tips? Come on, ladies. Chop chop. Your input is required here. One of them will tell you to paint it pink. Still washing dishes. Kizzy has a white nightstand and dresser with mirror set that needs complete restoration. She doesn't have a lot of time. She's doing her nursery in cabin woodsy theme. Listen, Chaos Twins. I get it. Muffins take priority and dishes are important. But one of your fellow ladies needs some help. Listen, Linda. Linda, listen. White marble sponge paint. Ooh. So the distressed look, Kizzy, is like if this is painted white, we'll say, you just kind of take your sander to it lightly with something like 220 grit, and you kind of just twist the sander like randomly. You go on across the edges, kind of makes it look worn, like it's been around for a while. You put little, you instead of holding the sander flat, you kind of cock it a little bit in a couple of areas and gives it a little distressed look. It sands the paint a little thinner, change or through even. Also, I didn't realize that this wasn't attached, like it wasn't glued together. So I could have just pulled it apart. This must have been one of my setup blocks for trying to set up the dovetail jig because I have gaps. His crib is forest green. See, there. Excuse me. There you go. And that sponge paint kind of idea. That's shit. That's super cool. I don't even think about that very often. It does leave a really nice kind of pattern without painting it one solid color. Ice cream and light forest green. You mean like a cream color with the forest green? That could work out. That could look really nice. There's a little bit of dark, a little bit of light, got that contrast. Even if you painted like the entire dresser forest green, and then you went over it with the cream color sponging, or a different texture. I like how Steph's name is the only one yelling at everybody. Just stop! It's in all caps. Okay. Bex is super quiet. Everyone else's has a capital first letter. It is appropriate. It is. The MDF is exposed. Okay, so you can either work that to your advantage or just paint over it. Work it to your advantage by leaving the MDF, like if it's on the corner, like this is your corner and this corner is chipped up, leave it, right? Or fill it in with your off color, paint everything else but that corner. You can lean into that or paint those spots a different color, like Bex said, brown, etc. You can lean into it. You don't have to make it perfect. The paint can give you an idea because obviously those markings would be simulate where they were wear. So filling them in just accentuates that wear. Kind of makes it from a flaw to a feature, right? I don't have any MDF furniture. The only MDF I have are these tops, and I don't really want to chew up one of those tops. Yeah, functional chic. Once the kid starts moving and throwing things, it's going to get banged up anyway. A cozy, elegant, sleek look? Hmm. My bag with cans is full. It's now overflowing onto the floor. I better add another one. Um, well, you came to the right place for elegant, but I have a hard time visualizing things. I usually have to make it to see that it doesn't work. A cozy, elegant, sleek look. Hmm. So, like cabin in the woods, kind of cozy, but mixed with like cabin in the wood meets fancy, like princess cabin in the woods. Hmm. Well, when you have flaws in MDF, like stuff is peeled, right? Yeah, light to dark is usually a really nice way to do things. And then if the dark is too dark, you can break it up with something like a sponge paint or you know, uh, like a whitewash. Um, but when you have MDF board that is chipped up, damaged, you only really have two options. Three, I guess, technically. You can either replace it, you can use something like a filler and fill those spots, or you can highlight those spots because you're never going to hide them. Like if a corner is peeled up, you're never going to hide it. It's always going to be there. It might be the same color, but it'll just be there. Personally, I would lean more into the highlight more than not, but I don't really know how to work that into like a color scheme aside from like this is painted green, maybe with some mottled color on it, and the corner is painted brown to look like a piece of wood because it's chipped. So then maybe that way throughout, if there's like dings and chips out of the face of it. Yeah, I don't really know. That's a good one, Kizzy. It's a good question. I bet whatever you figure out, whatever you come up with, is going to be perfect. I also am willing to bet that in 6 years, I don't know what you're having, if it'll be a girl or a boy, but I'm willing to bet that in 6 years it'll be painted pink or blue or purple or something. Um, and then probably another 5 years after that, it'll get painted again. And then probably every year after that, it'll get painted again. Oh, she did say sun? All right. Sorry. Hey, so might get painted pink. You don't fucking know. All right. Although, in my experience, the females are usually the ones who want to change the color every year after a certain point. Boys tend to just, you change it a few times, and then that's, they, once they develop their favorite color, that's pretty much how things stay. In my experience, I don't know. Like, now, you know what is a good color? It's a color like this, that burnt orange color. Love that color. I got it as an accent wall in my bathroom, my downstairs bathroom. The rest of the room is painted white. One wall with the window is painted that burnt copper. It's a little different than this, but pretty close. Burnt copper. Oh, I love it. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, the routed edges would be a problem. You have, I guess, two options there. If you want to use the veneer, you can either square those edges up by cutting them off or filling them and making a new square edge. You could cut them off and put on a new square edge out of hardwood, pine, whatever you wanted, really. That's pretty much it. Those are really the only options that I could think of to make a veneer paper work and not show the paper. Like take a strip, put your paper on, take a strip, glue it on there, take a router with a flush trim bit, run over it after you have your veneer put on. But I think whatever you choose is going to look great. Kids are going to love it. Although I think graduated colors is probably a better option, in my opinion. More sophisticated. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. Yeah, that's right. I remember, Kizzy. I remember. I'm sorry. um, here's an idea. One of my personal favorite ways to paint a drawer chest or dresser is I take the drawers out, I paint the frame, the base, one color, and then I paint the top and the drawer faces a different color, and that gives me that two-tone kind of look. Or one thing that I recently started doing is I graduate colors, right? So if I want, I don't know, let's say a dark blue top, I would, and I have three drawers. I would step that dark blue either down or up to either turning into a light blue at the very bottom with two progressively darker blues, or go the other way and have it go from a dark blue to a ultimately a black at the bottom with two kind of intermediate colors. I find it looks a little more appealing. At least, I don't know, to me. It adds a little interest. Grandma 35. Goodness. Goodness. Steph, you're supposed to be making muffins, not on Facebook. Front to black. Yeah. I love the idea of stepping colors. Just sometimes, yeah, I feel like the dark should always be at the bottom. You should graduate darker to lighter. It makes it, if you go darker to lighter this way, it tends to make the space feel a little more closed in, I think. There's probably a science behind it, but I think you should always go darker to lighter. Um, but I do like the graduated colors because sometimes, you got something that if you paint the whole thing teal's my favorite color, right? If I paint the whole dresser teal, that's a lot of teal, right? It's a whole lot. But you can graduate the colors, and now you still get that teal, but you get a couple of other colors that you can work into a rug or curtains or whatever. Um, and that pop of teal doesn't turn out to be just here's a fucking dresser that is teal, just the whole thing. So I think, I don't know what the science is behind it, but I think that if your darker colors are on the bottom and your lighter colors are on the top, if you're stepping it, gradiating it, uh, it makes the space that's at your eye level, in roundabouts, feel more better. Feel more better. Feels larger, like less closed in. But I guess depending on the size of the space, you might want the top to feel more closed in than the bottom. Lighter colors make the space feel more open. Darker colors make it close in. Like I've used that in my living room. I have a very long living room and it's narrow sides. But if you paint a far wall a dark color, it makes it feel shorter. It doesn't feel as long. Yeah, fading colors is always it's like the next level of painting. I feel like we don't have enough color gradation or color fading in the world. Everything's either this color or it's not. Those ugly, fat, short, stepped rounded feet both can give it an airy feel, make different feet. All right, well, that should be easy enough to do. The feet are probably screwed on. You should be able to either unscrew them or cut them off. And let me see here. I know I've got. So if you make feet, you can either just take a square peg, rectangular peg, whatever you need to make your foot however tall you want. But I recommend personally that you bevel two faces, the inside two faces. I think that makes it look better than beveling the outside faces. Right? So if this is the outside and this is the outside, I would bevel this side and this side. Bevel them in a little bit, 5, 10 degrees, just enough. But I think that looks better than beveling this side and this side. So now you don't have that line. It just kind of comes down, and then you have this random angle. That's where your expertise. I'm an expert in nothing. Expert in nothing. But I do know how to make things out of wood. And I do know where I think things look better. Doesn't necessarily mean that it does look better. But I do it on table legs too. I will leave the outside corner sharp. Not sharp, I'll round it off. But it'll be a straight line. But the inside, the two inside faces will be beveled just a little bit. Like I might start with I don't know, let's say a 2-inch blank, and the top might be 2 inches, and then the bottom might end up being inch and a half, inch and 3/4. You don't need a whole lot of taper, but sometimes that's what you're going for. You're trying to make it look kind of daintier. Or pre-made dowels. Yeah, you can buy a lot of like railing baluster caps. You can also use those for legs, feet, whatever. There is like I like the clawfoot tubs. I think those look super cool. With the little dragon claw or whatever with the ball. It's like holding a ball. That's your feet. Um, there's wooden reproductions of those. Those look pretty cool. A very antiquated feel, but I guess it all depends on what kind of vision you're going for. Like, I think the tapered legs is more modern, sophisticated, or modern. It's modern, but there's something else that kind of describes the simple. It's simple. You can get fancy, do whatever. All kinds of things you can do with legs. And it all depends on how tall you want them. If you only want a 4-inch leg, don't start at 2 inches and end at an inch and a half. That'd be a hell of a maple, white, red oak. Well, you fucking white oak. A step above me here. Birch, cherry, walnut. Well, it depends. Are you painting them or are you leaving them? I would prefer cherry, but cherry is my favorite wood. Cherry and forest green probably don't go together very much. And over time, it may look very Christmassy as the cherry darkens. Forest green, I would probably go with a white wood or a dark wood like walnut. Yeah, ball style feet also make moving much easier. But you can get these things. These things you can put in the bottom of anything. You drill a hole, sink this little sleeve into the hole, thread the leg into it. You can put like felt pads, cork pads, whatever in there, and then you can level it. And these are stainless, so they slide really nice. They're nicely rounded. Ball style, yeah, like clawfoot tubs, right? Anything that's kind of round, it's going to be easier to slide because you have a much smaller contact area. Think like ball style, right? That's where it contacts the ground. Is just that one tiny area. Whereas flat, you've got this whole area, Now you're dragging this whole thing around versus this. Always do levelers are the best thing ever. I So if you're putting levelers on, ball style doesn't really matter. It all depends on how intricate you want it. I tend to lean more towards the simplistic side with the tapered legs. And I'm telling you, 5 degrees, you may not think 5 degrees is a lot, but when you're doing a leg, like a table leg, coffee table leg, 5 degrees is a significant amount. It's enough that your eye knows the bottom is a different size than the top or wherever the taper starts. Um, Quite often, I'll start the taper a third or a quarter of the way down and then start the taper. Um, but your eye knows that there's a difference there, but it's not like a glaring difference. It's not going to pull your attention. my my washing machine, I fucked up and I got those drawers you put under the washer and dryer. I was like, oh, more storage. I'll get those. It's not a big deal. That'll be great. And I just won't have to build a cabinet above it. Those flimsy bases are the worst thing ever. They are so flimsy and wobbly. It doesn't matter. I leveled the base, I leveled the floor, the base, and the washing machine to the base. And it's still, when it kicks into its hyperdrive spin, just does this nonsense. It's all crazy. Convinced how to give up everything about the trade. Listen, I think elegance and simple has a timeless appeal, i.e., tapering the legs. I don't think that the taper will ever go out of style. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. But I think the taper will always be a timeless, modern kind of elegance to something. Like a robot having a temper tantrum. Sees dollar signs, not money pit. Do you have a router or do you have a lathe? If you have a lathe, you can turn your own legs. But like, let's assume that your legs are going to be, I don't know, 6 inches long, right? This are probably more like 8 or 10 inches. But this is your leg, right? If you taper it on the inside edge to that, now that becomes your. Now it's very simple. It's very, very plain. But the outside edge stays flush, right? And the same with this side. It stays flush, like your two outside corners. It's the inside corner that walks its way in a little bit. I think. And I'm fucking awesome. Okay. Good for you. Guitar picture. But I think more so than the design, the coloring of it. Because how often do you go to look at furniture and you go, man, if only there was different legs on the bottom of that dresser, I could totally see it in my bedroom. Or on the bottom of that coffee table, I could totally see it in my living room. I mean, you might be awesome. I don't fucking know. Good for you. I did laugh on the inside. As opposed to going somewhere and looking at something and going, that color, that color combination, gradation, whatever it may be. Um, that is what creates the visual appeal more so than the little details. You didn't get the joke? And I did not get the joke. I mean, I laughed on the inside, but you didn't. Oh, oh, I didn't see you put another post up there before. Ha ha. Funny. Yeah, if you want your bedroom set to match, you want the same feet on all of them. Now, one of the things you can do is put block feet in the back, claw feet in the front, and then do the same to another piece. Because even though they're two different feet, there will be symmetry amongst all the pieces, right? I don't know if that makes sense. The 4 feet don't matter. Listen, when Kizzy buys a dresser, she don't fuck around. She gets a dresser, right? That this kid already has enough clothes to fill up a 12-foot long dresser. Small carpenter, did some cupboards, some desks, and all. An electric guitar. I can't help you with a guitar build yet. Um, I would like to make a guitar. Who I can point you to would be the Runic Workshop. I'm not sure if he made the guitar or if he just painted the guitar. You'd have to watch one of his videos to see if he actually made it or painted it, or he'll pop in here periodically. Um, but at some point in the future, I would like to be able to make myself a couple of instruments. So I can't help you yet, but maybe later on I could point you in a direction. Also, I do know electric guitars are a lot simpler. It's more just shaping, sizing, cutting out the right recesses. There's less need for any acoustic issues. Like a toddler with an attitude. What wood to use and how? How? Um, I can't help you with that. I honestly have no idea. Logically, I would say the wood would want to be closed grain, something like a maple or poplar, even because you'd want it to be kind of lightweight, especially if it's going to be an inch and a half thick. You'd kind of want it to be lightweight. So maple, poplar, something a closed grain like that, even pine. Um, if you wanted it to look pretty with a wood grain, I'd put a veneer on it. Uh, and use something lightweight and closed grain, tight grain for the core. But honestly, I can't help you. I'm not an instant. There's Runic. Runic, that electric guitar that you painted, did you make that or did you paint it? Are you saying mahogany for the entire thing? For an electric guitar? Wouldn't that be a bit fucking heavy? Like, I'd have some heft to it, right? The base was basswood. Okay. Spanish cedar. I would think you'd want it to be kind of lightweight, but still closed grain, and then put some kind of a veneer on it. But I don't know. I'm not an instrument maker, so I have no idea. I'd like to make some instruments, but it's kind of like a side project, mainly just for me. But if it's an electric guitar, the sound, does the guitar contribute anything to the sound? It's not like an acoustic guitar where the wood may actually influence the sound, right? Or am I wrong? The wood does influence the sound? Interesting. See, I had no idea. He said absolutely in caps. Like, how dare you be so fucking stupid? See, I had no idea. I figured the electric guitar, all of the sound was produced by the string moving across the sensors, less by the body of the wood or the body of the guitar. But I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, if every other instrument, if the sound quality and richness is influenced by the material, it would make sense. Now, does the shape of an electric guitar, Jesus, the shape of an, they have those like kind of fins up the back where the frets are, the the fretboard. I don't know what the hell you call the neck. I guess the neck. Does the shape of it also influence, or is the shape just kind of the shape that has been adopted over the years? Because I mean, almost all acoustic guitars are shaped the same, and from what I can remember, almost all electric guitars are shaped the same. They have those kind of like horns. Sustain and overall resonance is from the wood. Okay, I mean that makes sense. That does make sense. Well, Sutar, I don't know what your name is. Um, sounds like everything I said is absolutely wrong. You should probably listen to Runic. He probably knows a lot more than me. Go check his page out. When he goes on a live stream, you can ask him questions and he can just verbally tell you what's wrong or what to do. I got no fucking idea. I would also like to say that I preface that by saying I'm not an instrument maker. I don't know anything. So screw both of you. Well, I appreciate that. Ooh, hang on, chat moved. Oh, there it is. The only difference in body type would be the arch type. Semi-hollow, but for most part, shape does not matter. I had no idea, Michael. Drop the pick in your acoustic. You don't have the patience for that. Listen, I've got some cheap acoustic guitar. I don't know what it is. It's one of those like it's a full size acoustic guitar, but it was like some learning bundle came with a book. I don't know shit about it. I was like, you know what? One day I'm gonna teach myself how to play guitar. And this bundle was like, I don't know, $200 or some nonsense like that. And I was like, all right, maybe today's that day. Today was not that day. My fingers, my fingers have a hard time conforming to how the book and the videos tells me they need to conform. You fish. Look at him muting us. Your hands are too small for guitar. Mine don't bend. Like I've tried. Well, I guess it's this hand. I have tried. Like I can't get my fingers to want to stay in the position that they tell me it should stay, so that I'm only touching one string with each finger, blah blah blah, and different fingers do. So I have a six string. I think it's six strings. So I've only got four fingers, but then you got your thumb that can curl around the top, and that makes everything complicated. You can fit your toe in it. I'll save this recipe. All right. Yeah, Papa, we're just shooting the breeze now. We're talking about guitars right now. Excuse me. Chopping up apples, and apples are heavy. However, the muffins are rising as appropriate. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hang on. I have to send off a text message. Holy cow, I got a lot of notifications while I was live. A banjo for 6 years. Try to play the keyboard. Listen, the keyboard I feel like would be a lot easier. Like I had a piano when I was younger. I took it for granted. I just poked and prodded. But I feel like that one would be easier because my fingers can do that. Like I can do this. Um, but on the guitar, it's so, I don't know, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but it seems so tightly packed and having to curl around the neck or the whatever you call it. I'm assuming it's the neck. Like it, and then trying to keep my fingers looking like the pictures and the way people have their hands in the videos. I It is ridiculous. Play more in the winter because no heat in the shop. There you go. I can have a harmonica and I can only play taps. Hey, dryness of the wood increases the warmness of a guitar sound. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense because the wetter a wood is, kind of the heavier it is, so it kind of mute the sound. One of these days, I'm gonna build a violin and I'm gonna build a guitar. One of these days. Need some help removing moisture. No, I have to go pick my own muffins up tomorrow morning. It's exhausting. I'm gonna leave for work early so I can go get muffins, so I'm not starving. Two hold. I don't know what a two hold is. I only have one guitar. So, I don't know anything about it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Papa. Like there should be a vacuum line, like at the bank, between my house and her kitchen. Just shoot me muffins. Just, but a low powered vacuum, high powered enough that it travels really fast, low powered enough that they don't shoot out and splatter on my ceiling. Yeah, my life is so hard. Yeah, I don't even know that there's a standard violin shape. Like I just kind of have to pick one, and that's the one that I'm going to build. Because I've seen some electric violins that they have some of the craziest designs on them, and they're super thin or super small. It's just like one long stick that they're holding in some cases. A cudgel is easier to hold. What is it? Oh, a koozie. A koozie. Oh. Yes. I did get cheese delivered, so I can have burgers last night. L stream. Are you saying this is a loser stream? Well, you know what? I mean, you can fuck off. Nobody cares. I'm not going to be upset about it. Gotta have a fiddle in the band. Yes, Papa. Yes. That's the very reason I want to make a violin is because I want to learn how to fiddle. And I don't want to buy one. I feel like I'm a woodworker. I should be able to make one. Apple crisp muffins. Goddamn. Yeah, but I might be wrong, but I feel like if you can make an acoustic weapon or acoustic weapon, an acoustic instrument, then that would be pretty much the peak of ability, right? In terms of instrumentation. Talking about real food. Yeah, Michael. If you were talking about desserts, maybe she would have picked up the stuff to make apple crisp, okay? Totally Michael's fault. My bag is very full. I gotta take it out to the recycling bin. What's up, country? How you doing, buddy? Although I do kind of like the more I look at this, so these lines are here from me applying the wax, kind of this fashion, like a curved fashion, and I kind of like that. That could be a feature later on, like a brushed, waxed feature. Or no? Hmm. Hmm. I still like how shiny this one is. So shiny, shiny. Ignore the lines; they're from the planer because it didn't get sanded. So shiny, shiny. Dan rubbing his wood again. I am. It's so smooth, so pretty. Growling with hunger. You get from your bed and get some food, right? It's so much work. Ugh. All next week. So you might not know this, Sitar. I apologize if I don't know your name right, or I don't say your name right. You might not know this, but Steph and Bex are the Chaos Twins on this channel, right? They're the ones that keep the channel rolling. Usually, they're in chat. They're doing good times. YouTube, stop popping up with shit. A simple recipe everyone should know. What the fuck? It just I don't know what's happening with you. Every time I say something, the stupid little bar pops up going, "Oh, just click this button and fucking post some sticker in chat." Like, anyway, they're the Chaos Twins, and Steph is a baker. Well, she makes me food, all right, that I go and eat at lunch because she lives 8 minutes away from my work. It makes life convenient. I get good food and muffins in the morning, but I get good food at lunch. And she's leaving. She's going out of town for a week, so I'm gonna starve. That's it. I'm gonna have nothing. It's gonna be PB and J or probably raw ramen. Steph's a personal chef. You just look at it. It's so pretty. It's so shiny. So so shiny. All right, Plywood. Have a good one, buddy. I appreciate you, bud. Yeah, I did turn out really good. I got to do this inside face, right, and the back side of the lid. I got to do that yet, and which I mean, this is dry. Wood turned out good. Wish I had shiny wood. Well, with enough polishing, you too can have shiny wood. If that's dry, I'd imagine I could prop this open and do the inside. Rubbing and oiling. Wax. Waxing. You got to wax the wood, bud. All right. Wax the wood. I mean, oil works too. Oil rubbing is a thing. All right. I'm probably going to chat with you guys until 5 o'clock my time. It's 4:10 now. But before I do that, I got to run to the house real quick. So those of you that want to hang out, I appreciate the shooting the breeze. But it's daylight outside, so I got to go in the house. I'll be right back. Good Lord, it's raining out there. Yeah, windy. Talking about being a personal chef. Why am I leaving a key under the door? For waterfall music when he's inside. No one responding? 56 wide, 16 deep, 34 high dresser, 30 wide, 41 high mirror, 22 wide, 16 deep, 26 high nightstand. We're talking about shiny wood. Measured it. Because he broke out the tape measure. The top secret tape measure. Abby wants a. Oh, she wants to go wedding dress shopping in March. That's right. Abby's wedding is coming up, isn't it? Well, those are pretty good measurements for a dresser. 16 inches deep, 34 inches high. 34 inches puts it just underneath this table. Pretty good mirror. Pretty good nightstand. I said her wedding is coming up. The wedding is coming up. Yes, Steph, it's time for that new phone. Maybe get you out of the iPhone bracket and into the better Samsung bracket. You know, since Samsung makes all of iPhone's stuff anyway. Tomatoes, no unit specified. Inches. Inches. Well, at least I hope inches. Papa. Oh. Oh. Threw my mic right on the floor. Nothing wrong with iPhone? Sure there is. They're using outdated Samsung technology. Yeah. Yeah. Can't be a chaos twin with a crappy iPhone. You're gonna have to step up your game if you're gonna try to be a chaos twin. All right. You're gonna be a staple of the channel. You're gonna have to step up your game. Turning 18 this month. Sorry to hear that. iPhone 12 or better. Dan can make it a tax write-off. All right, but you got to wait till after January. All my answers were correct, but I forgot to specify what unit. Yeah. The internet is also brutal about that. There's been a few times where I've put measurements in stuff, or I've seen somebody put measurements in like a forum post. Then the number of people just destroying them over, or me, over not specifying the unit of measurement. Can't give you advice. No unit of measurement specified. Could be for a dollhouse, could be for a regular house, could be for a mansion the size of Canada. We don't know. I'm glad somebody likes math. You want to do all my math for me? I Satar? There. AS. I don't know what your actual name is. I feel like that picture has been here before, but I don't know what the actual name is. Because, you know, YouTube decided that ats is what matters right now. Inches and feet. Screw the metric system. We measure things in freedom units around here. It's no longer than an inch. I gotta measure it. Where's my tape measure? Found it. What is my finger joint? The finger joint is 1 3/8 inches. That finger joint, 1 3/8 inches. What's this one? 2 1/4. 2 1/4. From that knuckle to that knuckle. When I measure, listen, if I was measuring that, I wouldn't have the woodworking tape measure. I'd have the other tape measure that is missing the first 3 inches. Also, I am very guilty at pacing something out, like going heel to toe, pacing something out, and assuming it would be about that many feet. I've never once measured my foot. Oh, I'm just over a foot. I'm like a foot and a half. I got some smaller feet. Threw off for measurements. All right, Runic, have a good one, buddy. We'll see you later on one of your live streams, probably. Appreciate you hanging out, man. Kizzy driving that finger in like a nail. Although all of my finger joints are different sizes. I mean, I feel like that's probably normal. Except for the tips. Tips all seem like they'd be about the same size. Great. Now I'm going to be measuring things all day. Supposed to stream? I don't know. Are you stream on Tuesdays? What am I making? Right now we're making urine. But earlier we polished this. And we put the finish on the bottom. 1 coat anyway. I think I'm going to put a 2nd coat on. And we polished the frame for the door, for the cabinet door here, and we got that mounted. So I now have the cabinet door on my... It is a little twisted, though. Hopefully that kind of flexes back. Dr. Dan measures things. Listen, do y'all want to know the tism kicked in? I want a blow paint thingy. Runic, Kizzy wants a blow paint thingy. An air gun. Or an airbrush. So this is the Dr. Dan thing, right? Show you guys the Dr. Dan thing. Oh, I can't. It's too big. Oh, man. What a shame. I can show you this one. Nope. Can't even show you that one. Huh. Airbrush. Yeah. Of course he left. He says bye him and he's gone immediately. Doesn't even hang out to see if people say bye to him. That would be a short channel. Look up the Dr. Dan card on Google sometime. My name's Dan. Call me Dr. Dan. Well, it didn't show the whole thing, so I'll be fine. Didn't even show the whole thing on my personal page. It's because the pictures are too wide. They're more for going this way, right? If I went horizontal, it would show everything. Forgot what it was called. Yeah. Pop into Runic's live. Excuse me. Or I'll text him and tell him to message you. Right, good thing they don't show. Yeah, I'd probably get kicked off. Yeah. Yeah. YouTube likes to be a bunch of prudes. I'm just waiting until my personal channel's banned. But I only do a little bit of interacting on the personal channel. So Runic's live. No, he goes live on Tuesdays around noon Eastern, and then kind of sporadically. Other than that, he does painting. He does wood turning. He does all kinds of stuff. He's kind of a jack of all trades, but his painting is really good. He won't tell him because we don't want him to get a big head, but he's pretty good at painting. What about me? I go live Tuesday and Thursday evenings around 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Tuesdays we tend to get off around 8:30. Thursdays we get off around 10:30. But anytime after 8 or whenever we finished woodworking is the just kind of hang out and chat time. And then we do one weekend day stream, which today is that weekend day. So we didn't get a strike. Yeah, I don't have much on the Dr. Dan channel. Yeah, he is a taping sorcerer for sure. He's got taping down to a science. Just all of the tape. But if you find taping boring and you can manage to stick it out, eventually the painting comes out and he starts peeling off tape and painting more. And then you get the full picture towards the end of his stream. It's worth sticking it out. Full Monty. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. I'd have just chucked the phone or camera or whatever I was using. Just been like, yeah, look at this. This is the I don't know what did you say it was the No Kings protest? Fucking stupid. Yeah, look at this and yeet. Why is it, not to get too political here, but why is it people only protest a Republican leader, not a Democratic leader or Democrat leader? Why? What is the difference between the two other than my feelings? Like, there's always some stupid shit when there's a Republican leader, president. Always. And these people act like the Democrats on one side or the Republicans on the other actually care about them. And they fucking don't. They care about themselves. They don't give two shits about anybody else. We're all just wallets. Stop fucking caring about politicians. They were knee pads. So flash it this way. Well, YouTube re-kicked me. They said that I'm live and give me the spinning circle. They must not have liked that I talked about politicians. How dare I? Was chained asking for food. That's a funny one. I like it. It's a bit dark. It's a bit dark. Oh, listen. Listen, if you can't make jokes, then your society is fucking shit. Make jokes, but when you make a joke, you better be able to take a joke. Don't get all butt hurt because somebody hurt your feelings after you made a joke. That's how I look at it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. or something like that. Just take jokes. I'm used to it. Just remember, don't say anything in my chat that can jeopardize my channel. That's my only stipulation. All right. And if a mod deletes your comment, I have full faith in my mods. They do whatever they want. Censorship. Nope. I have full faith in my mods. They have control over chat. If they get upset about something or they think something jeopardizes the channel and they want to remove it, they remove it. I'm not going to go back on it. But I can say my mods don't typically ban people. So I'll just have to think more. Yep, see? That's fine. That's fine. There's a little bit of brain power. Got to keep it intelligent. Send me an email. All right, Papa. You know what, Papa? You've been in here a lot, right? You're pretty much in here every time I go stream. Feel free to say no. But do you want a wrench? What the fuck happened to your autocorrect? When we become the real life version of Idiocracy, it's happening. It's coming, Michael. I maintain that Idiocracy was somebody who invented time travel and went into the future and then came back and made a video of what the future is going to be. Missed the question. I asked if you wanted a wrench. You're in here all the time. You're good people. Most of the other people that are on my list of getting wrenches have kind of drifted away, kind of fucked off. So, hell, most of the people that have wrenches have kind of fucked off. I may have to go through and thrown at you. Yeah. Hang on. I may have to go through and do a wrench modification. I'm gonna throw a 12 millimeter at you because it's the most useless wrench. Muffins are cooling. Nice. Resemble that remark. Well, Michael had a good reason. Sure. How much? It's only $1,400 a month. That's my cost for being a mod. $1,400 a month. But if you get on the payment plan, I'm only getting 5 muffins. But if you get on the payment plan, then it's $500 a week. So I want to try one. Oh, of course. Whatever. I only need 5 muffins. All right. Where's he at? Do you want a wrench or no? I can give you a wrench. You're in here all the time. Here. You will give. There you go. I finally got snapped. What are you sending me money for? I don't remember what you're sending me money for. What's up, Grass? I paid $5K for my wrench. And I appreciate you being an early adopter. The black guy's building channel. He says he builds. So the star is they're a member of the channel, right? The wrench is they're a moderator. I don't give out moderators lightly, but since we only have 9 people currently in the chat, the good majority of those are moderators. Black guy's building channel. He says he builds something for someone completely for free, and his wife helps and is a beast. What's the name? I don't. Wes Does It is the only one that I watch who's a black guy building stuff, but I don't remember ever seeing his wife in it at all. Ah, you're always here one way or another, Grass. I'll keep you. So detailed information. The only one that I know of, and I'm using it as a descriptive term, the only black guy that I know of that I follow is Wes Does It. Oh, 2 koozies. I say, oh, I'm not worried about that. His uncle something. Uncle Ruckus? No, he doesn't build anything. Racist cartoon. Applesauce muffin. Ooh. I called my mods at one point way back when, and I think way back when I had just everybody was a mod. Yeah, so the blue names are moderators. They're the ones that can delete your comment, kick you out. The green names are members, and the little star symbol, like on Bex right here, that little star symbol means that her name would be green if it wasn't blue. And gray is you're just in the chat. You're just here. To be green, you either have to be gifted a membership or buy a membership. And I don't expect that at all from anybody. Also, how did Bex get gifted a membership, but Steph has not? That is interesting. So Bex can see my members only posts, like my my outtakes and stuff. Building something completely for free. Build with his wife. Kizzy, I don't know. Sounds dangerous. So can I? Yeah, Michael can too. That's right, Steph. You're supposed to remind me to look at that and fix it. I'm already getting blocked. Kizzy said. I don't know who you're talking about, Kizzy. The premise doesn't sound familiar to me. Steph was too busy making muffins. Yeah. See, Ray and Sandy know. Ray knows. I don't know the name. I would be interested in knowing the name. You guys figure it out. You let me know. And I'll screenshot it and I'll go look for them. Those are all things I'm not going to type in the search bar on YouTube or Google. I'm gonna get some really weird stuff that I don't want. Satar getting mad. I think because he meant that as a joke. Satar, deep breaths, buddy. Deep breaths. It'll be okay. Remember that whole if you can't take a joke? Can't unsee what's seen. What am I unseeing? What am I supposed to unsee? What did you see that you want to unsee? Not safe for work. Definitely not safe for work. Black Eyed Peas, they weren't building anything. I there's only one guy that I watch. That's just Wes. I don't get a whole lot. I mean, I've seen a bunch of people, but they weren't building anything. Unless I've come across him, but he wasn't it was like a talking head short or video or something, and he wasn't actually doing anything. I'm gonna search it on my work computer. My day job work computer, not this work computer. That way, when the black helicopters come, they go to a different place. in my in my day job, cybersecurity is severely lacking. They really should learn a thing or two. Type random stuff in a search bar. You definitely shouldn't. Ask Chat GPT; they'll know. Chat GPT knows everything. He is our future overlord. It. What is Chat GPT? Not white, so I can't be racist. Like world record hogs, and how it came up. I am sorry for your eyeballs, Michael. I'm sorry for your eyeballs. Goodness, that had to be horrifying for you. Try and search in the description. Oh Lord. Such random things. I even enjoy most of them. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things that for some reason a specific keyword will trigger up or them to pop up in a search. Um Need to clear your search history. Like I don't ever put keywords in my description, or tags or any of that stuff. Um, so I imagine that A, that probably holds the channel back a little bit. And B, when YouTube decides that this word kind of matches my stuff, they are probably not connected at all. No, I'm playing MK11. The husband on the computer later. What's done is done. Because he's just going to be getting some really weird advertisements now. We barely know what's going on. You could probably key in at any random point in this video right now and be like, all right, I'm good. I can just coast along here. Just use incognito. That is also a funny little emoticon, right there. That little guy with the glasses. It's fucking amusing. I don't know what y'all are looking at. We all have terrible minds, Kizzy. Every one of us. I'm sure that I know what kind of stuff will come up for Bex if she searches any of those keywords. Let's try conversation half an hour. Me too, Michael. Me too. We're just here filling time now. Just filling time. I'm innocent. Yeah, Papa's never done anything that's even remotely weird. He's just the Uncle John show. All right. Hang on. I'm going to screenshot that. All right. I got it. The Uncle John show. Cheers, Ray. Record breaking flying hogs. But I feel like I do know you, Bex. Papa, on the other hand, he seems pretty chill, very vanilla, very, very go with the flow. Don't break any rules. Or real digital ID if you want to see anything appropriate. Ew. Wait. Call down the Chaos Twins and conversation went south. I know that feeling, Sitar. I know Bex. Of course you do, Steph. That's because you both share the same brain cell. You know each other. It's because I found the blends doesn't mean anything. I just haven't been caught. I feel like I need to catch Bex's search history sometime. That way I can also know the real Bex. Our Instagram blend, we have a group chat, me and the Chaos Twins, and it's everything under the sun will pop up in that group chat. there is really just no theme. So the blend thing that they introduced is just all over the place. It could be little baby goats bouncing around a house, or uh, somebody setting fire to a house because their muffins came out wrong. Like there is no there is no real theme. I know how to sidestep and avoid. Real backs may scare you. I just know how to sidestep and avoid. It does. It does show who it's suggested for. And most of the time, it's right on point. Sometimes it's a little suspicious. Muffins and wrong should never be the same sentence. Oh, man. This is my social interaction. I get three times a week. And I don't have to recharge afterwards because I'm not actually around people. So I get to like go over here and make faces. You know, when Beck says something weird, I got to be like, ugh. Just kidding, Bex. I'd never do that to you. Some muffins are wrong if they're made with giant blueberries. She saw at the store today with giant blueberries. I don't know. I think it's the blueberry size. You got to have small blueberries. Them giant ones, they're not built for muffins. Just not, they're not muffin compatible. A muffin and male juice incident in your parish? You want to you want to clarify what's going on there, Kizzy? No matter how I try to reword that, it doesn't come out good. Can we never speak of blueberries? Oh, I've never rolled my eyes at you, Bex. Never. You have big blueberries. Sounds like you need a girlfriend. I can't see the eye roll. It's gonna be a blocked word. Blueberry. You want me to block blueberry? I can go through, unblock everything else, and block blueberry. If you guys aren't aware, Steph made me blueberry muffins one day. And the first blueberry muffins she made were awesome. The second set, the most recent set, they were really big blueberries. So they all sank to the bottom of the muffin mixture, which then turned to like jam or jelly on the bottom of the muffin cup. And she's all mad about it. Like the center of the muffins, they weren't all crowned. They weren't all puffed up and pretty looking. They were like, because the blueberries, when you cook them, they kind of shrink. so, so she was so mad about it because it didn't look pretty. That's enough. Listen, Linda. Linda, listen. Listen, Linda. It's your birthday? Fucking Gurmy? I'm Finn Gurmy? Oh, congratulations. Happy birthday. Yeah, I watched the Linda video after the last live. It's fucking hilarious. It's adorable. I hopped in the in one of the group chats and I was like, all right, I'll allow the Linda thing. That little dude, he was trying so hard. No one knows what a muffin is here. I am sorry for your sad life, Sitar. I mean, muffins are they're kind of life. I eat a muffin every morning. Well, Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I generally don't eat breakfast unless Steph makes me. Like, if I go to her house because she's making breakfast burritos, that's a different thing. But if I'm at my house, I don't generally make breakfast. You want pow pow? Pow pow? So I figure every time they say, listen, Linda, it's because they think I'm adorable. Like the little man in that video. Eagles won 28-22. Go Birds. How's my Sunday? It's been pretty great. We're just winding down. We're gonna be hopping off here in a few minutes. As soon as I finish this drink, we're gonna call her a night. But we did all our woodworking early. And I'll probably go in and work on Atlas for a bit tonight. See if I can't break him again. Eight-hour drive for breakfast burritos. Papa's going to drive down here for a weekend. He's going to drive down here for a weekend and leave 700 pounds heavier or with a car full of baked goods. And Steph will be just in the kitchen.
possibly with an apron on. All right, Tommy, have a good one, buddy. I appreciate you coming and hanging out. Share a few of your talents, as long as they don't jeopardize my channel. Papa Smurf. She calls me Papa Smurf now because your name's Blue. Gonna need a new car. So many miles. Don't jeopardize the channel. That's it. It's my only real stipulation. Also, don't piss the mods off. I mean, there's that. And the Chaos Twins. They are either really hard to piss off or really easy to piss off. There is no in between. And you don't know which one you're going to get until you got it. Drive here and fix your POS GMC. Well, my man, I can't even say it. My uniform says Mopar on the sleeve, not GM garbage. Black or white, no gray. Yeah, that's it, Papa. You get one or the other. There is no in between. It's always a surprise. I do artwork, I make music, play guitar, keyboard, drums, programming, animation. Nice. What stuff do you program? Yeah, once you get them pissed off, you don't really get a second chance. You just kind of leave them alone, and eventually they might forget. Well, Power Tilt nephew totaled it. Oof. Listen, anymore, I recommend if you're buying a Mopar, you get one 2018 or earlier. Anything after that, that's when they put all the stupid stuff in. Feel to get better and make it a carrier? Probably programming. I feel like programming is going to be the future. Really, you think we have a chance? Yeah. Never forget. You're right. They got the memory of an elephant. They just never forget things. I said memory. Don't get antsy. I feel like the future, though, it was a 2011 Nitro. Oh my God, the Nitros are so garbage. Oh, I hated the Nitros. I'll still get them in every now and then, and they're just. I'll see Nitro on my RO, and I'll be like, "Why do you hate me? Why?" Because there's like 4 of them out there. 3 of them are maintained by like little old ladies who just they got this thing and they drive like 4 miles a year, and then the one is just a shitbox, falling apart. How do you stabilize the MDF? Ooh, I don't know. What do you mean stabilize? You don't want it to swell? Epoxy, paint, something, wood glue. Wood glue will seal the MDF. It'll seal it up real nice. Just rub it on. Use your finger or something. Rub it on. What did you really mean? The big head gasket recall, man. Listen, Papa. I don't know why you hate me. Okay, 59K, nice. I got a Nitro the other day that has like 230K on it, and it is It barely passed state inspection. Like unless they actually do maintenance to it this year, when they come back, it's not going to pass state inspection again. Excuse me. Oh, the neons. The neons were so bad. Oh my goodness, they were terrible. What was I trying to say? I said memory of an elephant. Memory. Elephants never forget, right? They never forget. Bondo works. Yeah. But if you're just trying to seal it, wood glue works. It'll absorb in. You put another coat on, it'll absorb in. Put another coat on, it'll absorb in. Papa, what state are you in? Oh, you're in New Hampshire, right? Take one of those muffins. I'll take those muffins right up the back. I said memory. I rather enjoy blogging. Um, time, time, and temperament, right? Because mods, their chats aren't automatically flagged by YouTube as a potentially bad comment, so their comments will just automatically go through. So if you are weird and say a lot of things that jeopardize my channel, you'll never be a mod. Don't be on this side. Yeah, I did stress the memory. Yeah, once I don't know what the current owner of Chrysler is, Stellantis. And I don't know what they're thinking. So they only wanted Jeep and Ram. That's it. They didn't want the rest of it. Uh, Sign you up for that mod. And no, sir. No. I'm already got to becoming a mod. I got to switch mics. This one is flashing red. Guess I got. Oop. Shit. I'll move that down there. There we go. Now you're good so far. What kind of paint? I have chalk paint, but need durability. Latex paint is better for durability. Sir Roman, never getting a mod. Ever. Never, ever. 30-day cure type for latex paint? Shit. I don't know. What other kind of paint would be durable? I mean, spray paint would be durable. You have an odor for a couple of days till it airs out, fully cures. Huh. Oh, urethane enamel has a 30-day cure. Yeah, it's because it's oil based. What else was he thinking? I was thinking y'all are going to take it the wrong way. Y'all are going to hear elephant and get all bent out of shape. And then I was going to have to deal with angry twins. Thank you, Papa, for having my back. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I think enamel is more oil based. That's why it has an extended cure time. We wouldn't have till you added the second part. How many cans finished? Just one. Just this one. That's what I'm never having going to start. Right? You don't want angry twins. It's worse than just an angry one because there's two of them. And they share the same brain cells. So it's basically one person with two voices or more. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. Come take my cheese back. I already ate it. It's in my belly. I'll give it back to you tomorrow. Or more. Listen, I know. I know. Oh man. One person split personality, right? They got fighting for third place. Same, Sitar. Same. I don't know what happened to first place brain cell, but he is checked out. He's left the game. He's no longer participating. Split personality is more like 8 personalities per. That's like 16 different people. Plus the 2 regular personalities. That's like 18 different people that we have in 2 names on chat. Just depends on how we get them. Just wait till next week. If Steph pops in here next week, she's gonna be a whole different person. All right. One of them. No, Michael. Neither one of them are managing mods. The 731 router. I did look for it, but I got distracted scrolling through all of his videos and then lost interest. So I never actually got to look at his router table. I'm going to have to actually just type it in, 731 router table or something. Yeah. They initially weren't even supposed to touch buttons, but who've gradually allowed them to touch buttons. They were just blue, so nobody else blocked them, kicked them out. My favorite perfume, the kind your mom wears. Fucking dork. Pacifically banana. Pacifically banana. Might as well join the NPCs. Gentle caresses to the buttons, right? Once in a while, they'll even remove a comment like that's supposed to be removed. And sometimes I don't even have to be like, hey, whichever chaos twin gets to it, you can remove that comment. Like it just happens now. It's like they're growing. Maybe they're growing a second brain cell. But not all the way. Just for buttons. That's adorable. You wish. Also, you can't even spell things right. Listen, they started with a single brain cell. So, thank you. That is my favorite bandsaw. I mean, I only have 2, but I only have one that's that size. Gotta go back to Afghanistan to get on a woman's bad side. They are very good at pushing all the buttons. Who needs spell it? That blocked comment. He can't even spell English properly. Trying to insult me. Can't even spell it right. Hey, more coffee. He's high. Who, me? Me? I think you're fucking stoned, you goddamn moron. Coming in here just talking shit. Acting like you're 12. Ain't nobody got time or patience for your stupidity. Even your dad didn't care and want to spend time dealing with your stupidity. That's why he went out for milk and never came back. Non-curing climate. I got heat, so I should be good. It's currently also 71 in here, so. Oh, darn. He got kicked out for 24 hours. Oh, man. Shucks. Bummer. He was such a smart cookie, too. I have a moment of silence. 50 in your shop. Damn. Open a door. Let in some. Yeah, Grumpy touch buttons. Grumpy likes buttons. Be positive. That's funny, Satar. That's funny. That's dark, but it's funny. I'm on the back patio. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you don't have like a shop. Yours is on your patio. Also, why is your shop 50 if it's so hot outside? You got the AC just blasted in there? Or not hot, warm. Yep. His brain didn't work. You try again in 24 hours. No insulation. Oh. Training granny. So when I put the insulation up in here, it wasn't perfect, but like I didn't have insulation on the back half of the building yet. And I noticed a huge difference in the temperature swings in here. And then once I got it fully insulated, I noticed that when it was like 80 degrees outside, 90 degrees outside. Oh, I got you now, Kizzy. You did say he. It was significantly cooler in here. Up to a point. So yeah, that counts. Bare walls and replacing it all. Yep, that makes sense. Never expected that. You should always expect the unexpected in this chat. Lord only knows where it can go. It all depends on who's in here at any given time. And once people start getting more comfortable, the crap goes both ways. So which is good. It's good for the channel. I enjoy the back and forth. As long as people aren't getting butt hurt and bent out of shape about it. I enjoy the back and forth. It's fun. It's lively. You can go right past the time Dan said he was getting off. I did say I was getting off around 5, which was 13 minutes ago. Which is also around 5. includes mice access points. That's fair. That's fair. Glad you enjoy my lame jokes. Well, I've been drinking pop, so I got the sugar high. Everything's funny. The silent hunter that works with the sticks. Fair. Hey, country. Good evening, buddy. I am going to have to hop off here, though, because I am getting hungry. And I was talking earlier about meatballs. So now I really want meatballs. Also, I want a tuna steak because it's tuna steaks. OG remembers. I remember you, Kizzy. All right. I remember. I don't ever always remember what you say, but I remember you. 244 in India. Oh, Lord. All right, guys. I am going to head out because I started the live early so I could get off early. And I'm really getting hungry. I got to feed this thing or it gets angry at me. So I appreciate y'all hanging out, watching me do my silly stuff. We got the piece of cherry in the window. We'll check that next stream, which will be Tuesday around 6:30 Eastern. And we'll check it every stream afterwards. That's not nice to say about stuff. So I appreciate y'all. I like the back and forth, the chatting. It's my favorite part. So I hope y'all come back in on Tuesday evening and then Thursday and then next weekend, etc. Have a great night. Thanks, guys.